Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, traders. Happy Thursday, March 19th. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. In the pre-market, we are seeing a nice slide to the downside. We did get the unemployment claims that actually came in a little lower than forecast in previous reading, but the market is having that day two response to FOMC. We did have that PPI as well. So a lot of things taking place in the market so far. All the indexes sliding to the downside. All of them are scheduled to gap down. And the biggest thing is, guys, all the indexes are now trading below last week's lows. So last week's lows have been violated. SPY is looking to open up near that 556.75 territory. That's going to be another pretty significant gap. We do have some major levels expected to move on SPY. Today's 654.60 to the downside, and expected upside move on SPY is 667.92. So we'll see if we get into those extremes. If we stay within the range, we're looking to take advantage of a couple of setups today, exercise as much patience as possible. The key thing for today is don't let the selling pressure have you have a fixed bias. Don't fall in love with a fixed bias, and make sure to use confirmation for those entries. Okay, have confirmation for those entries. How am I going to do that? How's that going to translate for me? I want to see clean closes. So I'll avoid front running. Keep in mind tomorrow's ramp down Friday and the week is in the book. So make sure to do the right things today. All right. And look to manage your risk, follow your rules, take advantage of the best opportunities. What happened yesterday stays in yesterday. What happens today stays in today. If you missed yesterday's episode, make sure to go back and watch that episode when you have a chance. Okay. Folks on YouTube, make sure to like the video, subscribe. Let's get 100 likes. We'll do the giveaway and let's get the show started. We are officially open. Opening price. 656.97. Okay, 656.97. Strikers, number one thing we want to pay attention to is our first interaction with that PML across the board. First interaction with PML. SPY is currently at PML here. Look at that, guys. SPY is currently at PML. See if you can hold that PML. PML is at 655.59. We are below PML on SPY. We're below PML on SPY. The Qs are below PML as well. The Qs are below PML. So we do have some volatility in the market. So if you take a look at the VIX, and if you take a look at the IV, I should say, IV is 36. IV just jumped to 42. VIX is at that 27, reclaiming for 27. Qs are selling off. SPY is selling off. IWM is starting to base out slightly. All right. Let's see what takes place here. Good morning. Good morning, Tuxmaster. Good morning, Mimi. Good morning, Ches. Good morning, Sam. Good morning, G. Horton. Good morning, Invictus Dominion. Good morning. All right, so we wait. Tesla's starting to break as well. Is my chart frozen? Don't tell me my chart's frozen. Don't tell me my chart is frozen. Okay, it's not frozen. Okay, massive gap down. Pop reverse continue. I can see that. So PML, our first interaction with PML so far, we're below it. Now question number two becomes, can we stay below it, or do we see buyers stepping aggressively off of it? That's question number two. Okay, question number two is right there. All right, so Q, same thing. Okay, same thing. It's below PML. The Dow below PML. In this case, IW is the laggard. So I want to see how that 5-minute candle closes. IW's PML is 442.14. SPY's PML is 655.94. 655.94. Take off PO3. We don't need PO3. So everything is red to kick things off. The only thing green is IWM. So IWM is the only thing green so far. IWM is headed towards that VWAP near that 243.82. Okay, the Dow just flipped green. Dow grabbed that PML. SPY is grabbing that PML as well. If we get above these highs, we're in the jaws of that gap down. March has been a month of gap downs, guys. That's been the theme. Okay, that's been the theme. So swing traders, unless you're part of a very distinct class of traders, right, and you're able to navigate these conditions, okay, as a swing trader, all right, they're just very difficult. These conditions are very difficult to say the least, because you're either gapping down or gapping up. You don't know which way it's going to go. All right, on the 15, I'm keeping a close eye on this 15-minute candle to see if we get some sort of hammer off that territory and start to push the upside. If that's the case, I want to see the VIX fall back below that 27 and create that separation to the downside. All right, that daily move, we're already at the daily move here, guys. Expected downside move is 654.60. We're just a couple pennies away. So the Dow flipped green. IWM is leading the way back the upside. IWM has a challenge here with VWAP. right? So right now it's kind of going with that VWAP to see if that VWAP can hold or fold. We shall see. Good morning, guys on YouTube. Good morning. Good morning, Cowboy. Good morning, Judith. Good morning, Sam. God and USO. Okay, let us know how that goes. As you're coming in, guys, that's the best time to hit this like button. Best time to hit that like button is as you're coming in. ExileMobile starting to go. Okay, so 100 likes. We can easily get 100 likes if we get everyone in the chat right now to smash that like button. Okay. All right, so let this sort itself out. The only ones that are looking to take any trades is the 5-minute orb army. Okay, everyone else is on standby. We are right in that bounce zone. Okay, let's take a look at our neighbors here. Okay, Bitcoin is trying to crawl its way back to 70. He did fall back below 70. 15 is still a lot of selling pressure there. The Dow starting to starting to carry the base there. VIX continues to push the downside. Crude is starting to wake up. Here. Let's make that chart a little bigger. Okay. Psychological level, the most important level on crude is the 100 psychological level. The sell-off on the Qs is because semiconductors are taking a slide to the downside. All right, semiconductors themselves, they had mixed results outside of SNDK and outside of the memory division of semiconductors, the subsector of memory, SNDK and MU. Everything else has been flat or going south. So the fact that those two got hammered is dragging the Qs lower. All right, so the Qs, okay, are showing the most relative weakness at the current moment. Okay. So we get that nice little flag break on IW off that VWAP. We'll keep a close eye on that. Qs continue to sell off here. 5-minute orb breaker on the Qs. If you trade the 5-minute orb break, is at 687.12. Okay, the name of the game today is confirmation. Candle closes. Okay, to make those entries. There's a lot of wicks. On top of that, the premium is very, very expensive, guys. Okay, very expensive. Okay, contracts are highly, highly overvalued. So just be mindful of that. Looking for a pop and a bear reversal. Okay. HHPP CBD. Good morning. Beck, good morning. Good morning, strikers, if you're just jumping in. Good morning, Turbo. Good morning, Firefly. I think it popped in a drop. I can see that. Right, they got to engineer some sort of liquidity. They got to make it juicy. The only day it did a gap down was a day. Input, beautiful job. If you had swings, congratulations, Firefly. Well earned. That 200 EMA right there, ANSI, that what you got? It's coming right to that 200 EMA. Weeble is not giving me options for puts because 651, 56, 54. It goes right to 650, 655. So again, the options chains, all those things, let those things settle. When things get a little erratic, fills are not as good. All right, I've been seeing it myself again, but the thing is, as traders, we can't make any excuse. So it's very important for us to know that things can get a little dicey. Let the dust settle. When the IVs, especially when the IVs elevated. Okay, just look for those textbook clean setups. Patience is going to be a secret weapon today. Patience and clean execution is the weapon. That's the setup today. All right. So again, we're above that 27. I want to see how far we can accelerate beyond that 27. We do have that pre-market lower still below. If we get that 5-minute hold, that'd be great. The 5-minute orb army, if you're playing the 5-minute orb break, is at 655.17. Okay. So you get that simultaneous break. This is primarily being driven by the Qs. So this is the scenario. Either the Qs drag everything lower, or small caps and the Dow drag everything higher. And SPY is kind of caught in the middle. Okay. Pack your patience today, 100%. Need a pound of patience today. A pound of patience. We're coming back to that daily open, so keep in mind the Dow and IW are green so far. So it's SPY stuck between that between those two. If we get above that 656.97, we will be flipping the day green, okay, meaning from the open close standpoint, and we will be in the jaws of that massive gap down. Okay, that retrace reject level to pay attention to is all the way up here. So by default, if you're waiting for a retrace reject level, you're essentially assuming that price is going to gravitate toward these highs. All right, so in that case, the way I think about it is, okay, if I'm waiting for something up here, okay, you don't have to adopt this line of thinking, but it's just a question that I pose. If I'm waiting for something up here, I'm assuming that we're going to get up there. So on its way there can be a setup to take into that area, if that makes sense. If this is going to be somewhere, if there's somewhere a price wants to get to, that can open up the door for something to get into my setup. Okay. So you can play it both ways, or you can just wait. Because if you want price to come into a certain area, you're assuming it's going to make the opposite move to come into your area. Okay, Qs are starting to wake up here. Okay, tweezer bottom on the Qs. See if the Qs can reclaim 589. 589 on the Qs. 589 whole number on the Qs. That's up for grabs. PML up for grabs on SPY as well. 5-minute orb. 5-minute orb buy is near that 656.98. 656.98. Good morning, Vanus. Okay, make sure we like the video, guys. Let's get the likes up. We have 150 people joining us. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Subscribe. Today might be the day we can hit 4K. That would be a huge milestone for our channel, guys. We're growing every day, so I do appreciate the continued support. Patience is going to be the name of the game today. All right, can we get that 656 break and 656.97 break? Just be aware that VWAP is right there. IW, okay, is on an island. It's doing its own thing. SPY, for my strikers, that VWAP is right there. So if you are going to play that 5-minute orb, okay, best practice would be to see if you can get some closes. Candle closes to rule out or any traps. First time NY, welcome. Good morning, BT6. Welcome to the team. Anyone else first time viewer? If you're a first time viewer, let us know how you found our channel. That 15-minute candle, keeping a close eye on that 15-minute candle, all right? So again, SPY is stuck between a rock and a hard place. We're starting to see the Qs pick up. If the Qs can pick up, right, the Dow and IW are holding everything up. If the Qs can pick up, more than likely, SPY can pick up as well. Okay, SPY just flipped green. Can we hold above that level? Hold above that level. Hold above that VWAP for that continued acceleration into the jaws of that gap. So SPY just flipped green. See if we can hold above that level here for that continued acceleration. All right, so if you're a 5-minute Ripple army, you'd be in this. Your risk, depending on where your risk is. If you're waiting for that break and close, you're waiting. Okay, if you're waiting for the retest, there's no retest yet. I like how the VIX is falling off a cliff here. Okay, QQQ's nice sweep of that PML. So QQQ's at VWAP. See if QQQ's can get past VWAP. SPY's at VWAP as well. IW is leading the way. All right, so you get that nice directional move off that level. See if the Qs can hold above that 550, 580, 589, 589. Okay, that's that PML on VWAP. PML on, not VWAP. PML on QQQ. I know I'm throwing out a lot of numbers out there, so again, it's very important that we get the right numbers with the right tickers. Okay. So now 3 of the 4 indexes are green. So now it's up to the Qs. How far away are the Qs from going green? The Qs are now green. So everything is green. Okay, everything is green with IWM is up 31.31%, up 75 cents. The Dow is up 66. The Q is up 18. SPY is up 25. Okay, I like how the VIX continues to push lower. Let me draw that 50% retrace. See if you get some sort of nice little flag there. That's that TOG. We have G50 right here. And you want to take that 5-minute orb camp. Keep in mind though, those contracts are very pricey. Okay, so it might be in your best interest to either wait it out or size down. Okay, that's going to be a good approach. Okay, if you don't trade the first 5 minutes, there's nothing for you to do outside of observe. Good morning, structure. Good morning, guys. In this case, we want the Qs to lead the way. We want the Qs to get above VWAP. Qs hold above that PML, and Qs get above VWAP. If we can, that'd be great. We'll see a nice push to the upside here. If we can hold that 657.05. Okay, just needs to hold this territory here. All right, if you're seeing profit, okay, lock in profit. See profit, take profit has been the motto this week. A lot of the follow through comes when those big levels break. See if you get some follow through behind this move. VWAP is right there as well. So you need that VWAP to hold. You need that daily open to hold as well. If the Qs and SPY can stay green, stay clean. That 15-minute is going to set up here. I like how that 15-minute is looking. We're about a few seconds away. Okay, we're going to get our trigger levels. Everything's going to be set here. Okay, trigger is 657.65. Bias so far is mixed. Confidence is a little low. Control is balanced. Okay, if I'm looking for a move, I'm going to go a little farther out. I'm going to look at the 660s. Okay. I'm looking at 660s. I would advise everyone, again, I can't tell you what to do, but best practice would be sizing down to see if you can get an opportunity there. Okay. IWM's breaker is 244.15. The Dow's breaker, upside breaker, is that the trigger is 461. Okay, so no trigger, no trade. I want to see that take place. If you're in a position, what you want to see is that level hold. Okay, because we are at that VWAP. So you want to see that level hold. If we come into this territory, you want to see wicks. So what I'm looking to take is a product of this interaction. I want this to be a net positive interaction that drives us to the upside. Okay. And we've been seeing that for the past few days. We kind of just pump off the open and then collapse. So just keep a close eye on the support as well. That coincides closely with that territory right there. So you want the VIX to go south. You want the Qs to get above VWAP. The Qs can get above 590, 590.10. Hold above 590 psychological level. That'd be great. And the VIX continue to push lower. That'd also be great. That 15-minute, you can see, guys, that 15-minute nice hammer off of that PML sweep. Okay, but we need that break. We need that 657.65 break. So this nice little break already took place. We can kind of just do it like this. Okay, it looks like we can't hold there. We fell back in the red. Take this off. So there's probably a scalpable move there. See if we can hold below it. If we can reclaim it, that's what we're paying attention to. In the meantime, I want the VIX to stay below. If I'm looking to be bullish, I want the VIX to stay below 28.62. Okay, don't get a parabolic push above 28.62. Nice reclaim there would be great. Hold the support, although it's tightening. Okay, see if you get a nice push to the upside. Inside on the 5, inside on the 15. VWAP is just camping right under VWAP. The QQQ is camping right under VWAP. All right, same as a SPY. SPY is at VWAP. Just sitting right there at VWAP. Okay, we're 10 subs away, guys. Make sure to hit the sub button. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Still more than 60% of the people who tune in are not subscribed. So again, make sure you are subscribed to the channel. 100 likes by 10:30 is the goal. See, okay. Let's see which one triggers here. Okay, let's see if they can all simultaneously push. Okay. A lot of selling pressure here, so we need to get that parabolic push. We need to get an aggressive push. The bulls, okay, they have to declare that level like they want it. All right, they just can't stroll into this area where there's a lot of overhead supply. They have to just push, 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 push. Okay, VIX is still below 2662. See if we can hold that level. Now the first to lead. Okay, first to bleed. Who was the first to lead? IWM and the Dow. IWM was the first to lead. Now IWM is pulling back. Unless there's a rotation, IWM can be giving us a little bit of insight what's coming up. So we want to see if IWM can at least hold that VWAP. Okay, Qs. We want Qs to hold at 589. Okay, I like how the VIX is holding below 2662. I want to remain patient. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I reminds me of the little train that could story. 100, especially today, right? It was the first one to the upside. That's really weird there from 6. Yeah, that skip. Wow. Okay, let's see if we can hold above that level. That's very interesting. All right, so the VIX falls off a cliff. I'm looking at the 660s. Okay, got that signal. I want that signal to last. All right, I want to see if we get a nice little retest off of that. I want the VIX to go south. Come back in just a little bit. If you took it already, just manage accordingly. Your target is 668.89. It's right over there. Your target's right over there. Okay, so you can see the call signal already came in across all of them. That came in quickly. So now the VIX is falling off a cliff. Now I want the VIX to slice and dice through 25. Slice and dice. Okay, play nice and get past 25. If I can get some sort of gravitation back toward this territory I'll be in, anyone take that. Scale out there. If you're on a scale out, there's a scale out reminder. Scale out already provided. If you're holding to TP, you're a couple of points away from TP. See if we can pull back just a little bit. If you took that dollar signs in the chat for a nice little scalp, don't be deceived, guys. This is a pretty decent move. Okay, this is $1. Okay, $1 in less than a minute. All right. Strong bull control, bias bullish, confidence 76. Pull back into this nice little area. I'll look to take it the upside. IWM is gone as well. All them signals, scale out on IW, scale out on the Dow. If you took the Dow, scale out on the Qs. All right. If you're looking to hold a target, your target on SPY is 668.89. That's that first target coming up right there. Up 16%. Beautiful job. Great job on being patient, Firefly. Trimming here. Good, good, good. I'm telling you guys, this indicator is game changing. The last couple of pieces are being fixed, and then it's going to be good to go. If we can come back to this territory, I'll be there for the retest. Okay. I'll be there for the retest. All I ask is stay below 25 on the VIX. All I ask is stay below 25 on the VIX. Okay, see if we get a nice little retest in that area. Come in, come in, come in. Come in. Get as close as possible. Get as close as possible to 667.65. 657.65. Okay, just come in one more push lower. Right, because I don't want to have my entry very close to that target. All right, I can't sit to anything. So see if we can come in just a little bit. If you're in this, congratulations, that took place fairly quickly. All right, so just make sure you have something to show for it. If you scaled out already, dollar signs in the chat. If you're still waiting, continue to wait. So essentially, we're using the support, all right? So if you're looking for that breakdown, If you're on that thesis of we're going to pump and dump, more than likely this support is going to be what leads to that drop. Firefly, beautiful job. Need that VIX to hold below 25. Hold below 25. As it holds, if it can just pull back a little bit, just come into that nice little box. Try to get it as close as, I might not be able to get it all the way down here, but at least come into this box here. That 5 is bullish because you know why? There's 15 guys. The sweep of that PML, right? Remember what we said this morning? Okay, don't come into the day with that bias of going short off the open. Okay, because if you do, if you don't wait for that PML, okay, that decision to be made off that PML, and you have a fixed bias, you're going to be trying to hammer the shorts off of each of these highs. You're going to be hammering the shorts off of each of these highs and getting stopped out if you're a good trader, or getting wiped out if you're forcing it. Okay, that was the primary game plan for today. I didn't want anyone to have that fixed bias. The market is there. The market's not going to lie to you, but it's going to manipulate you. Okay, once the market makes you have a fixed bias, you're trapped. Okay, and especially in day trading. Okay, my bias is fixed. I'm looking at SPY on the yearly time frame, long term. I'm a long-term bull. Okay, but TP hit. If you take it to TP, you can TP there. Okay, TP hit on SPY. TP almost hit. TP hit on the Qs. Okay, TP hit on the Qs. IW almost hit TP. So all scale outs provided. 668, 660 to get to 668. That's gonna be tough. That's another $10 move from where we are now. Okay, so we can gradually get there, but to get there in one move, it's gonna be tough. So remember, guys, at TPs we start to see that exchange take place. All right, traders take the TP. Okay, now there's not as much demand there, and price drives a little lower, and sellers start to sell there as well. Okay, a lot of sells there. Okay, see if we can come exactly into this territory after hitting TP. In that case, I want the VIX to stay below 25. Minus 200. That was a nice push to the upside, Sancho. Good recovery. Some of you have phenomenal recovery, right? Recovery is a skill. Being able to recover, bounce back, have that resilience, right? That's something that you can't buy, right? It's either you have it or you put in the work and develop it. You can't just buy it. It's not for sale. Okay. So nice little push. We hit that TP. SPY hit that TP. I have no horse in the race currently. All right, but that was a beautiful idea there. So 1W for Shockwave 15. 1W for Shockwave 15. Anyone else take the calls? Everything's starting to pull back after hitting TP. The Qs hit TP, pulling back. The Qs are headed back towards VWAP. If the Qs give me a hammer off that level, VWAP and that break level, I'll be interested. SPY comes into that VWAP, I'll be interested as well. Off that level coincides closely with VWAP. But now the narrative of pump and dump, right, to drop back lower, okay, that's going to be tied to that support. So this trade already took place. Okay, so what you can do is you can reduce the size of the risk reward box. All right, so by default it's 20 points, but you can say, hey, you know what, I'm going to make it 10 points. So 10 minutes essentially. Okay, that should make the adjustment. Okay, there you go. You see how it got smaller? So it doesn't, so you can treat that as an individual. Beautiful job, Joe. Yeah, indicator will be available next week. Okay, early bird special next week. Okay. If you're green, guys, if you're green off that nice push, okay, you can be done for the day. Tomorrow's ramp down Friday. Okay, so very, very important to protect your week. You're playing the week. You're not playing the day. All right, of course, you're stacking those days. You're stacking those days. Bigger picture, let's take a look at the 15. Look at that. You see how they trapped? Okay. They trapped all those shorts down there. They squeezed them back the upside. Now the question becomes, do we have enough fuel to continue to gravitate towards this territory near that daily downside breaker? Do we have enough fuel? What do we think? Do we have enough fuel? Okay, at this current 15-minute pace, 15-minute candle view, do we have enough fuel to continue to push lower? Or do we fall back below 657.56, 67? Okay, and then start sliding back the downside. All right, so the primary thing today, be careful here. If there was no buy zone, if my buy zone wasn't there, all right, then I wouldn't be thinking like that. But I'm telling you, these buy zones, you got to be very, very careful. Even if you're right, 7 to 8 times out of 10, they're going to try to sweep that back the upside. So it's always good to exercise that caution. Came in a little bit into it. Okay, let's see if we can. Qs came right close to that VWAP, came into EMA. Nice wick on the 5. 5 minutes inside. See if it continues to break. Okay. Buy still bullish. Okay. Score 7 out of 8. Strong bull control. And this changes as time goes. This changes as time goes. This is constantly assessing this. It's constantly changing the score. All right, as price develops. So far we're at a 7 out of 8. It's an A score so far. Maybe I could have took it right there, but I'll let it go. Okay, the Dow, another signal on the Dow. IWM, look at IWM, guys. IWM, the little train that could. I like that, Lynn. Right, really lifted the market. That's what lifted the market, small caps. Okay, comes in, breaks. Okay, this is the kind of entry I was looking for. Sometimes it comes, sometimes it doesn't. All right, so I was looking for SPY to drive back in. And then, of course, IWM hits target as well. So in this case, you risk 1 to make 2. You risk $1 to make $2. All right, but at this point, it's not even $1 risk. I think it might be because of the ATR. You risk about, not that measure. Okay. Risk about 40 cents to make 80 cents. Always 2 to 1. You can scale out if you're a scalper or take it to TP. QQQ. Same thing with QQQ. All right. QQQ. Once everything cleared, once we got above that, okay, right there. QQQ also has a strong bull control. QQQ already hit TP. QQQ is now back above that weekly downside breaker. So see if you can reclaim that weekly downside breaker. If it can't, if you're looking for that breakdown, all you need to do is draw this. Okay, draw this support to start and take it from there. You want to see cracks of that support. Until then, right, you don't want to start trying to short a strong uptrend. Okay, that translates to that on SPY. That might have been the trade there. You see how you see how price is still, we have a huge ATR, but you see how it still looks like it's moving slow, right? It's taking its time. There's no real velocity behind those moves. We're at the 50% retrace here of the gap. 50% retrace the gap. excuse me, gap down from this morning. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Made $50 and go to work. Beautiful job. All right. That's how we do it. Detour. Nice bounce there as well. On the 5. That came into play. That came in clutch. Okay. RTH. What? RTH. What's the acronym for that? Detour. No fair value. No fair value. No fair value. So a lot of selling pressure up there. Milk's yellow box. I might have to look, read into that. Never heard of Milk's yellow box. You see how price is just slowly working. It's very deceiving. It looks like it's moving slow, but I'm telling you guys, it's covering a lot of ground. It's moving $1.20 per 5-minute candle. Do we get a 50% retrace rejection? In this case, if we do dump here, I want to see a reclaim of that level. I want to see if buyers can drive it back higher. If you're waiting for that VWAP, okay, VWAP is right there. EMAs on the 5 are right there. They're coming up. Q's already came back somewhat to VWAP. IW continues to rip and roar. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe. We're at less than 10 subs away. Let's see if we can get it done by 10:30. Okay. We've been building our channel. Subscriber by subscriber. Leading with education. Okay. Showing up every day. Providing as much value as possible. And that's been our formula. That's the formula to trade. That's the formula for everything else as well. Okay, you're not going to see videos of thumbnails of me with my mouth wide open to get clicks. Okay, all right, no problem with that. But that's not something I'm going to do to get a click. All right, let's see if we can break this. If we can break this, then we made some strides into the gap. We're starting to stall here. This is 50% retrace that gap. This is also where the that target is. So we have a massive some resistance up here. Okay, a lot of overhead supply. So now we're just jammed between these two territories. So even say if you're still in this, right, the fact that we're jammed between these two territories, it eats that premium. Okay, premium is at a premium. Premium is at a premium. Who's done for the day? Who's on the one and done train? Who's on the one and done train? First time learning, absolutely. If you're a first time viewer, guys, make sure you're subscribed. Who's on the one and done train today? I might have to wait until second shift. All right, that's probably just the cleanest opportunity there. So I'm looking just to take those clean moves. Okay, Aaron's on the one and done train. Who's on board the one and done train? So if you're on board the one and done train, don't give up your seat and take more trades. Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's the end of the week. So if this is your first time navigating FOMC, if this is your first time navigating all these red folder catalysts, if this is your first time navigating through the gap ups, gap downs every day, right? It might not make a lot of sense to you now, but this would be some crucial information, crucial experience you're learning through, because it's going to help you in the future. All right, so you're going to know what to expect in conditions like this. The reason why most traders have a hard time is because they haven't seen enough cycles. So they seen so little cycles, they think, right, which is not their fault, which is normal to think. You might think that, hey, this is what normal is. Okay? There is no normal. Normal is basically is relative. It changes. We just have a bunch of new normals every cycle. All right, it's not a fixed normal. It's not, hey, you know what? Price was like this last week. This is how it behaves. This week it's going to do the same thing. Right? There are seasonal shifts, right, that pertain to presidential cycles, that pertain to, of course, the monthly seasonality. There's so many cycles that take place as well. I'm done turning my turning trading switch off, keeping my rule to 3 trades max today. I've been struggling to stay within that plan, but today I will have control. Have a blessed day. You too, Tujin. Tremendous job. That's a tremendous rule. Shoot your 3 shots. Over a long period of time, guys, if you have setups that can give you that positive risk reward, you will win. The thumbnail comment made me. Yeah. I can hear an echo. Let me turn it off here. There you go. I think someone was, their mic was on. Yeah, no shade. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I understand. Okay. But a lot of the space is content creators, okay, making content about trading. It's a lucrative space. If you're a great content creator, there's a lot of topics to hit in the trading space. And I don't mind that at all. Right? And so again, I'm just a trader trying to make valuable content. It's the opposite for me. Right? So even if someone fires up a YouTube channel, you start a YouTube channel, you're good at content, you have different concepts, you have a way to make your information digestible, and you have to use different kind of thumbnails, again, I have no problem with that. Because you understand that's the psychology of content creation. Been sitting on my hands for 2 days since the big gain last Friday. I lost my touch. Hey, that big gain, you got to step back sometimes. Just ease your way back in, right? Ease your way back in. It's always good to start small. Still holding call. Okay, if you're still holding call, that's fine. You need that hold below. You need that hold above this level. You want that resistance support flip. Okay, nice engulfing candle on SPY, nice engulfing candle on the Qs. If it continues to push, right, it still didn't get back into this territory. It might go to TP2. All right, so TP1 already hit. Okay, that's probably usually is between 30 to 50%, depending on your entry, depending on the contracts. Maybe just chewed up a little bit of that premium. Maybe you're up now 25 to 35%. Especially if you're in runners, then you can maybe just let the runners run. But just make sure you're scaling out. I was looking to enter here on this retest. I don't have any entry so far. No trade so far. But this did provide a nice entry here. Yeah, so the people in the community, they can see my full dashboard. All right. Full dashboard is there, so you can see the position I have. So no trades so far. Okay, we're starting to see some aggressive selling. Might have been a nice little trap a little bit of bulls up here. If you just think of it like this, if you were a greedy bull, where would you enter? Okay. Sometimes it's okay to be a greedy bull as long as you're managing your risk. If you're not managing your risk and you're a greedy bull, okay, you're buying at the very high of the day. Okay, so someone is looking for that. There's no real official retest, but they just trapped the traders there. All right, down goes the Dow. Remember, first to lead, first to bleed. So, what were the two indexes that were in the lead? All right, so two index ETFs that were in the lead, IW and the Dow. They really drove us higher. What was the laggard? The Qs. Now the ones who are leading are starting to bleed. See, we get a nice head and shoulder-ish type of push lower as we start to stall in this territory. Yeah, discount code is available, guys. Discount code is available. Is 20%. I think all the spots are filled up. Okay. Okay, there's a couple spots left. So again, use the discount code. I opened up the room last week as well, multiple times. We're trying to just take 10 to 15, maybe 20 people a month. All right, we have to keep that small community, tight-knit community feel. I don't want that to disappear. So to ensure that we stay true to that. All right, if you want to be in the community, you have to really be dedicated to the things you're doing, really looking forward to learning, putting your side of the effort in, showing up when you can. Most of you do trade full time. So I understand that, you might not have the luxury to be behind the screen all day, right? Even sometimes it's, hey, you might be working, just listening. That might help as well. Right, I try to call out the different things that I do see. So if someone is listening and they don't have the visuals, they can kind of get a feel where the market is. Almost like a radio program as well. So, okay, so we're at VWAP right now on SPY. We're headed towards VWAP on the Qs. The Dow gave up VWAP. Dow's pushed to the downside. Dow's selling off here. So the Dow fell back into the red. The daily open on SPY is 656.97. We're about 86 cents above that daily open. 86 cents above that daily open. Okay. If we can get one more pop for that right shoulder, this is very reminiscent of, I believe it was Monday's drop. But Monday's drop took place, if you recall, in second shift. Look at that nasty hook on that 5. 15 minute is going the other way. See if that can hold. I want to see a right shoulder formation. The Dow continues to sell off. Yeah, the code is up above, guys. The code is up above. Okay, use the code 20%. So 20% numerical, 20% and the percentage sign. So now it's spelled out. To save 20%. Okay. All right. SPY is testing that VWAP. We have that key level right there as well. VIX is starting to wake up slightly. The VIX wake up This is a slight wake up above those highs. That VIX wake up, official wake up, would be a gravitation towards that 26. Okay, the Dow continues to sell off. We're starting to see some selling off on the 5, the 15. The Qs are headed to VWAP. SPY is currently testing VWAP. Do we get a hammer out of there? If we get some sort of engulfer and the VIX starts to cool off, I'll take it back the upside. If it just slices and dices right through it, we might go to the other side of this range. Tomorrow's triple witching, absolutely. Just joined. Okay, if you just joined today, guys, welcome, welcome, welcome. If you need any help navigating the Discord, just put it in the chat. Okay, if we get that close below that level, we're back at that daily. Everything's selling off. See if we can hold that. If we can hold that, I'll be there for it with the 660s. Just need the VIX to cool off. Want to see a nice hold of that level. I want to see the Qs hold as well. So the Qs and SPY have been moving in tandem. So I want to see the Qs hold. There's still a little bit of selling pressure left, a little bit of selling to do on the 5. So let's see if that can clear out. See if you can break that high. Break that high and VIX stay put or start going to the downside. 667.80. Okay, I'll take the calls right there. Okay. Weeble. If you want to go filled on those calls, this is probably the most frequent, the most amount of times I haven't been able to get filled. I was trying to get filled at 114, couldn't get filled. Let me cancel that and try again. If you can just pull back just a little bit, I'll jump in. I like how the VIX is falling, or I'll just pay a premium, a slight premium for that because this can start to go. If you took that, good, good, good. See if we can pull back just a little bit. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'll pay a premium. All right, some of the calls. Risk is daily open. Risk is daily open. So my fill is all the way there. I'll give it about 10 to 15%, or a break below here. Okay, didn't get the best fill. I can sit through it just a little more, or I'll get stopped out. And these are further strike. Okay, well, it looks like I'm gonna get stopped out here. VIX is going north. Okay, I'll get stopped out there. All right, so a shot here. Stopped out. And now we're below the almost about to get below VWAP. So first trade of the day, stopped out here, right at this territory there. If I had a better entry, maybe I can sit through the test of that daily open. Entries up there and stopped out here. And the VIX can hold at 23.72. And this thing wants to go lower. If it fails that daily open, everything is selling off. We can start to see this thing really move lower. So in this case, this was the idea. You can see the signal tried to print but didn't fully print. This was what I was looking at. But my entry was like here. Okay. And then completely wrong. So completely wrong. I got to get out of there. And the VIX is really, really starting to pump. Okay, how do I average down the options I bought? The same thing. Everything is dumping. Tesla's dumping. If we fall below daily open, everything's going to start dumping. Now that's basically the pump and dump. Daily open right here. If you're waiting for the other side of the range, it's down there. 5 minutes still selling, 15 minutes still selling. Hourly starting to sell. We're below VWAP. Now VIX is out of here. If we can curl under VWAP, go some sort of flag. Under VWAP EMAs. I'll look for something. A very short-lived trade there. Okay, daily open. So 3 of the 4 are below daily open. So the Dow and the IWM, the Dow was the one that was dumping and that just dragged everything lower. The Dow just dragged everything lower. If we can hold below that daily open, we can start to slide. Do we bounce off daily open or continue to sell? VIX is above that 26. VIX is above that 26. I got out of IWM just in time. Good, good, good. So we're basically back to where we started. We're playing a high stakes game of zigzag. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla, nice flag break on Tesla as well. Tesla's about to trigger here. Tesla not triggered yet. Let's see if that daily open can at least lead us to here and then start to break down. So we got into the jaws of the gap. Okay, we got into that BOG, nice BOG rejection. And then it drives us back to that daily open. So now we're basically back to square one. Basically back to square one. NVIDIA. Okay. Amazon, nice push. Palantir, okay, Palantir. Tesla. Okay, we're below daily open. There it goes. So good stop out right there. All right, risk is at daily open. Okay, they're gonna fight for this daily open. They're not just gonna give it up easily. Okay, if you know one thing, there's gonna be some contention behind daily open. There's gonna be some back and forth. How are we doing, guys? How do I average down? No option that bought SLV at 70. Now it's 62. I bought silver at 70. Now it's 62, and I bought. So if you bought silver at 70, and if you buy it at 62, what it just does is it just takes a number of contracts you have or shares you have, and just divides your cost basis by 2. So for instance, 62 and 70. All right. Say you're taking the equal amount of shares. All right, so your cost basis then would be 66. But if you're using different amount of shares or different amount of contracts, the options will kind of throw off the calculation. Tesla here, keeping a close eye on Tesla. Tesla's below that weekly downside breaker. Tesla is bearish. The Dow is just dragging, guys. The Dow is just dragging. It looks like everything is falling. The Dow and IW. IW is headed towards VWAP. IW is headed towards VWAP. So one trade so far. Stopped out here. Missed trade here. Stop out there. All right, the pump and dump. We have some sort of retrace reject here. Okay, everything's selling off, guys. Everything's selling off. They're paying the bears. Look at the VIX. VIX is cranking up. VIX is cranking up. Okay, we're coming back at the PML. Remember last time at the PML? We had a lot of buyers at the PML. The question becomes, do we get the same amount of buyers there, or do we get a strong close below it? Do we get the same amount of buyers there, or do we get a strong close below it? Waves are waving to the downside. Okay, so it looks like the IW is at view up now. So everything is back below view up. Everything's back in the red. Was that just a dirty little dump, pump and dump? We're coming into that PML. Anyone riding the puts? All right, just make sure you're taking profits on your puts. 20%. I just got one contract each. What platform are you using? What platform are you using? Haunted Doll. Okay, they're paying the bears. Bears, if you're in puts, make sure you are paying the trader. The trader being you. We're 1 minute away from the conclusion of first shift. 1 minute away. Let's get 100 likes, guys. We'll do the giveaway. We're almost there. We're at 80. 100 likes before 10:30. We'll do the giveaway. Second shift, I'm looking for sweeps or continuation. All right, so the bulls threw a punch. All right, bears punch back. I'm not until we drop below 655. Up, I can see that. I got 655.16. Notice how here the signal didn't fully print, so it's calculating as it's taking place. So that can be an additional layer of, it was about to, but it didn't fully print. That can be a layer of confirmation. I want to see if we get that retrace reject here. Looks like the VIX is starting to slow down. How's Tesla holding up? Tesla, the break on Tesla is down here. We'll get alerted. And if we do get alerted, we'll jump over, we'll hover over to that. We will hover over to that. If you're looking for view up retest here, so can we hold back below daily open? All right. Do we reclaim it? Do we hold back? Can we hold below it? We're basically just back in the middle of the day. Daily open is up for grabs once again. So far, it's tit for tat. Okay, bulls take the lead, bears take the lead, bulls take the lead. Okay, we're back to VWAP. Look at that reclaim. The action is wild. Okay, QQQ. Okay, see a nice signal on SPY as well. The second attempt. Looking at the same contracts for a re-engagement. Okay, come right into that PML area. Nice bounce. Can that hold? Can we get a hold? Scale out on QQQ. Scale out on IW if you took it. Okay. So you can see it right here. So the signals also come on this side, strikers. All right. Okay, down goes the VIX. Okay, everything jumped back above that daily open. Everything jumped back above that daily open. 5-minute closure would be great. Five-minute closure would be great. We did get the 2 down, 2 up reversal. We need to get past this level. See if you can hold above 657.65, 66. Okay, I'll take it right there. Can I get filled? Okay, I haven't seen this from Weeble before. Okay, I got filled. Okay, I'm in the calls here. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Our risk is daily open. Up 6, up 8. TP where you need to, guys. Looking for a double digit or a scale out. Feel free to TP if you got a better entry, if you got double digits. I want that view up to hold. I want no close below here on the 5. I like how the VIX is going south. Okay, so you get that nice little push here. Okay, scale out if you need to. Up 16, up 14. I'm going to take a majority off right there at 16. Thank you very much. Up 18. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. Continue to push. For a scale out of 16. Okay, up 22. Okay, scale out if you need to right there. Good, good, good. Scale out a little more right there. Up 26. Okay, there we go. Back in business, guys. Just required a little patience. Okay, just require a little patience there. All right. See if you can hold above that 658.16. I'm telling you, this indicator is a game changer. Okay, game changer. So I filtered this trade out, didn't provide it. So the 2 trades that it provided, all the trades it provides, is the gift that keeps on giving. Okay. Okay, up 34, 36. There we go. There we go. There we go, guys. There we go. TP if you need to, guys. TP1 hit, up 40. Let's see if we get that nice little push. We're in resistance. Like how the VIX is falling off a cliff. Score 7 out of 8. Confidence A. Okay, I'll close out right there. At 40. All right, 38.40. Dollar signs in the chat. Dollar signs in the chat. That was nice. Good, good, good. There we go, team. All right. Going back, if I just rewind here, maybe, again, can't change the past, but I still can manage that risk. Maybe the frustration from not getting filled here forced the trade there when I go back and watch the tape. All right. But again, just because it happens, I'm still going to manage the risk. All right. So now we recover easily with that nice little push. Notice how it provides us this, provides us this. 2 TPs hit. 2 TPs hit. All right. Not only on SPY, on IW is out of here. QQQ is out of here. TPs. Okay. So this system requires you to be patient. This system requires you to be patient. No, the indicator does not come with the $50 a month trial, not the plan. This is something outside of the plan. This is a premium product. All right. There's a premium product. Okay. The question is, what price do you pay on a system that just gives you 2 ideas? All right. You have to have that abundance thinking. All right. What is it? It's a tool you're getting, but what is the tool giving you? Okay. You can have subscriptions to Benzinga. You can have subscriptions to, what is it called? What's the one by Bloomberg? Bloomberg Terminal. About 24K a year. All right. But it's just information. All right. But you need to take that information to execute. This gives you, okay, highlights opportunities for you. Okay. Highlights opportunities for you. It's kind of like a trade assist. But you need to use it properly. So if you're already a disciplined trader, this would be a great thing to add into your tool belt. Okay, so as it rejects, I already took TP. Last scale at about 38%, 39%. Okay, in what, 3 minutes? All right. They are having fun. Market makers are having a ton of fun today. All right, whipsaw action. First trade stopped out. Second trade, beautiful. How are we doing, strikers? VWAP retest 22%. Beautiful job. Anyone else? Anyone else? I buy at the I don't buy limit. I buy at market. I think what's happening is since I'm waiting that extra second to get that confirmed close, as I'm hitting buy, it just skips the price. I think that's what it is. So what's happening is it's almost forcing you to kind of front run your trade. Look at that rejection, guys. Another rejection off what level though? 659.10. It says scale out here. It says TP there. If you do something outside of that, okay, it must mean you're looking for something else. Then you can either, the disciplined trader will have something to show for it here. The undisciplined trader will walk away red or maybe break even. Okay? What more do we want than 30+% in 2 minutes? Okay, what more can we ask for? We're at daily open. We're back at daily open. I buy at the ask. The reason why I buy at the ask, SPY has a very thin spread, and I want to get filled as quickly as possible. For some names that have wider spreads, I don't buy at the ask. Okay, the rule is buy the mid, buy the bid, or worst case scenario, the bid. Names that have atrocious spreads. Okay. We're just seesawing. We're still in first shift range, guys. So if they want to seesaw, areas to engage are on the very extremes, back the inside, or from the inside to the very extremes. Okay, so let's take a look at QQQ. So far, 2 signals from SPY, 4R. Okay, so 4R, both trades worked out. And let's go to QQQ. QQQ is not time frame. QQQ. QQQ. Let's see what QQQ did. Right. Okay. One signal hits TP. Second signal doesn't give you a signal here. Second signal hits TP. So another 4R. So 8R. IWM. Okay. Right here. Okay. Hits TP, doesn't give you a signal there. Gives you a signal there. A little bit of a late signal, so you might have to wait for that retest. But if it lines up with the things you'd like to look for, you take it there. It hits TP. So that's another 4R. Okay, so just right there, that's 12R with minimal drawdown, with no stop outs. So say throughout the week, if you got stopped out a couple of times, this 12R, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for you to capture 12R across all 3 names unless you're some sort of wizard, right? But if you can catch it on one of the names that you like to trade, whatever negative R you have, you get back in the positive, because that's how the stats work, okay? The stats work because, all right, it's a moderate win rate. It's a moderate win rate. It's a moderate win rate. And it's a high reward. Moderate win rate, high reward. Okay, so there's another signal here. See that signal goes. This time I'll wait for sweeps. Okay, keep in mind it's Friday. Okay, so if you got a good trade, tomorrow's Friday, I should say. Time to ramp down. Time to close out the week as strong as possible. Okay, let's get 100 likes, guys. 100 likes would be key. Let's see if this one plays out as well. So another signal. Can it be a third one? So if this gets stopped out, you get stopped out for 1R. After making 4R. So you're still up 3R. So let's see if that plays out. Okay, so either a scale out or a TP. Let me take that off of the chart. All right, at VWAP. We're hugging VWAP. Okay, hugging VWAP. We are hugging that VWAP. How we doing, strikers? How we doing? 200 minutes like a brick wall. You're the one on the daily. I think we're right there on the daily as well. That daily 200. Well, might be there. Look at what the Qs are. Qs are testing that weekly downside breaker. IW continues to push. SPY is nowhere near that daily downside breaker. Crude is relatively going nowhere. It's jammed between that 90, 97, that 97.50 and that 95. Okay. One thing I did want to do Who's done for the day? I probably have one more lotto left. All right. One lotto left this afternoon. It hasn't been an easy week by any means. All right. So it's very important that you don't just trade until you stop, till you give everything back. You take the opportunities that you can capitalize off of, and you walk away. And you come back the next day. Okay? And you come back the next day. So this is going to be very closely related to if the view up can hold. The view up can hold. So in this case, okay, if I take this hypothetically, all right? If I take that hypothetically, say my risk is down here, still have to be in the trade. If it's a scalp, maybe I can scalp out of it on that nice little pop, but we'll just, for the sake of argument, we'll say scale out our TP or get stopped out. Okay, so first trade here and second trade there. And the risk is right at that daily open. So that's a good risk. So if it falls back below daily open, then you know. What is a little discouraging is we're tightening. Okay? If you just kind of zoom out, when in doubt, zoom out. Are we expanding? Are we broadening? Are we tightening? We are tightening. Okay, we are tightening. Let me just clean up the chart a little bit. Let's take a look at it. On a 2 minute, okay. Aloha from Hawaii. Got up early, 3 a.m. to trade. Wow, 3 a.m. So if you're in Hawaii, all right, you really have to be dedicated to the craft to trade New York. 3 a.m. Green so far on the trip. Using Canadian Weeble. Beautiful job, Milton. That's the power of trading, guys. You can do it from anywhere. Right, as long as you had a brokerage account, as long as you have some capital to risk, right? You have the proper infrastructure in place. You take it piece by piece. You can really do this from anywhere. And guess what? No one is telling you what to do. Okay, if you work remote, okay, of course, remote gives you that luxury as well, but there's hierarchy. There's always someone on your neck. Everyone is, if you're on someone else's clock, okay, the KPIs are being tracked. Okay, your work is being tracked, everything's being tracked. If you're being productive, if you're not being productive, whatever measure that company uses. So now, if you work on your own and you're a trader, you have to apply that same level of rigorous KPI tracking on yourself. It's almost like you have to be the boss and the employee at the same time. Okay? At the same time, within yourself. Just because there's no one looking over your shoulder, you still have to have that discipline, okay, to treat it like a profession. To treat it like you are trading someone else's capital. It doesn't matter how much it is. Okay? It doesn't matter how much it is. That's irrelevant. Okay? You can do a lot with a little from the standpoint of if you know how to manage a little, okay, you'll be in good position. Or you'll have the stepping stones to manage a lot. All right? A little is a test of your faithfulness. Okay? Don't always try to, I have a big account or I don't do it at all. That's like someone who waits for the perfect conditions to start anything. Okay? They like to plan everything out to a T and tell life what to do. Okay? We know that things don't work like that. It's if you want to get something done, okay, you got to just start. Okay? A lot of ambitions and dreams die in the planning phase. All right, just to get started, okay, just start with a little bit. Don't be discouraged. Okay, and use that little bit as building your skill. All right. Just like any business. If you look at any successful franchise, okay, it started off as one. Started off as maybe a hamburger joint. Started off as some, and eventually they refined the process. Okay, implemented a franchise model and scaled it. But you can't implement a franchise model if you have no process, because the output has to be consistent. If I order a Big Mac from McDonald's, I don't want it to taste different if I'm in New Mexico or if I'm in New Hampshire. It has to taste the same. How do they get it to taste the same? Process. Same thing. Okay, your trading account, if it's small, don't be discouraged. Small is relative. All right, just use that to build your skill, to use that to start your little hamburger joint. Have the proper infrastructure in place. And one day you will also be able to scale. Okay, so this has not got stopped out yet. So save your stillness. You sat a little bit, do a little bit of drawdown. All right. Trust me, guys, a lot of ambitions get killed with over planning. And I would even go to the extent to say over planning. Okay, the core of over planning, you do have to have some fundamental plan, but over planning sometimes can be a fear response because you're afraid to fail. Okay, but it just manifests as over planning. But at the core, your fear of failure, okay, just manifests itself as, okay, I have to have everything in line before I start. But really, when it boils down to it, it's just a fear of failure. All right? And to break it to you, you're going to fail. Okay? There's going to be some moments where you're going to fail. But that's where you learn all those lessons. Okay? You have to be in an endeavor that the failure is worth it. Because on the other side of the failure, and you don't give up and you're persistent, that's where everything lies. Okay? If you're not failing forward, you're not trying. And trading is one of the most difficult thing you can do. Psychologically, we have a lot of things tied to money, where we've been trained since little babies, okay, to quantify everything from the standpoint of money. So now when you're playing this game, your emotions are on the line, but you have to train yourself. You have to teach yourself scale out if you took that. You did sit through some drawdown, okay? That's a good time to scale out. It takes complete reprogramming. All right, you're not overhauling your system. You're not doing anything dramatic. It's just you're reprogramming some of the core elements of the things you were taught. And you get to go down that journey, right? This beautiful journey on your own. Okay, that's the beauty. That's the beauty of anything hard that you want to do. That's the beauty. All right, you learn more from the journey than the actual endeavor. All right, you get into trading. You learn about the markets. Okay, while you're learning about the markets, you learn more about yourself than the markets. Okay, so if you took this scale out reminder provided already, so this one sat through a little bit of drawdown, didn't get stopped out, and then it start to work out. If you're still holding runners until TP, do what you need to do, but the scale out was provided there. I also recently discovered that Momo has made it to the 51st state. Fees for one contract, 65 cents USD per operation trade. Webull is 1. So if you use several contracts, Momo is much beneficial. I'm now in the process of opening an account. Yeah, the more brokerage account you guys have, the better. Okay? Any book recommendations? There's one book I recommend. Okay? And that's the Holy Bible. That's the only thing I recommend. All right? That's the only book I recommend. If you open it up and read it, your life will change. Read it for yourself, really absorb it, your life will change. Outside of that, you can read 1,000 trading books, you can read 1,000 books about self-help. All right, but that is just advice based on their perspective. Okay? It's just insight. It's nothing to really help you because you have to navigate individually. Right? There's nothing that can speak to your exact circumstance because every book you're reading is unique to that individual's experience. They share the experience. Are there things you can extract from the experience? Yes. Are there parallels you can draw? Yes. But it's not going to tell you more about you and why you're here. Okay, so that's the only that I recommend. Everything else, to be honest, guys, is a lot of noise. All right, and the more you read about different things, the more you try to consume. Okay, what happens is, the more confused you become. You just become a collection of different ideologies, different people's frameworks, different people's line of thinking. At some point in time, you have enough experience. Your eyes have seen enough for you to start building your own frameworks. For you to start putting the pieces together in your life and start writing your own book. All right, so I'm not saying don't read anything at all, but at some point, there's just the laws of diminishing return. You can easily overread, overconsume, and the return is negative. All right, so that's what I would say. That's what I would say. Very, very choppy, guys. Just be careful in this territory. Okay? Just be careful, be careful. We're continue to tighten. All right? The unique thing, okay, about the scripture is it's a mirror. All right? So when you read it, there's different things that will convict you about yourself. And there's things that it shows you about yourself. So it's the ultimate thing that's customized to you. And also, as it reveals those things to you, it gives you the framework. Okay? So it's just a mirror. Very similar to trading. That's why I love trading so much. It's just a mirror. Right? I might try to impose my will on the market, but the market is just holding up a mirror. Right now, I'm just trying to force things. Now it's, hey, you know what? Maybe I am forcing. Maybe I am being too greedy. Maybe I am doing these things. So if you have that level of self-awareness, you can make that adjustment. If you don't have that level of self-awareness from the standpoint of the market being a mirror, okay, you're gonna drive yourself to the ground over and over and over and over again. And at some point in time, the market will force you to be self-aware. On the other hand, when you're reading the scripture, okay, you'll have a certain level of conviction to make those adjustments. And through the guidance of the Holy Spirit, you can make those adjustments. You can walk, okay, the right path. Okay, so no one is perfect. I'm not perfect, right? But we all need that customized framework to follow. Okay, that's why I would say that's the only book. All right, so again, lot of chop here. 100% agree. 100%, guys, and it's a journey. One thing is we can all agree on is we're not here for no reason. Okay, we're not here for no reason. 100%, Lynn, amen. We are not here for no reason. Okay, so if you think we're not here for no reason, then the next question in that sequence is, what is the reason I'm here for? But first, you have to accept the fact that you're not here for no reason. Okay? So everything is going to tell you you're not here for no reason. Why? It's not in the world's best interest, okay, for you to live up to your full potential. It's not in the world's best. It's not in the world's best interest. All right, so that's what I would say. No, I'm not scalping any calls here. Did take one trade to the upside nicely. This one already hit scale out. If we continue to get tight, there's nothing for me to do. Keep in mind, guys, tomorrow is Friday, ramp down Friday. So again, if you're green up into this point, if you survived this back and forth, even if you're red, but you're taking those losses, don't be discouraged. All right, if you're doing the right thing and you're still not getting those results, it's very easy to lose, to be discouraged, but just continue to push forward. Follow the rules. Follow your rules. All right, the odds, the probabilities will start working in your favor shortly. Keyword being yourself. Never reflect onto others. What you have been convicted of is for you 100%. This is why I follow you. Amen. Amen. G. Horton. Powerful how money and the Bible go to. Everything is in there, guys. everything about everything is in there. All right. So if you really want to take your trade to the next level, if you want to get really, really convicted, all right, even listen to Proverbs. And you'll get, even if you can read it, you can listen to it, you can find it, right? You'll get convicted left and right. All right, it's almost like it's speaking to you. But what are you going to do about it now? And you cannot do it on your own strength. That's one thing we need to realize as human beings. All right, you need that external help. And that external help is now internally with you. All right, it starts with you first. How are we doing so far, strikers? We'll do the poll at 11:30. Okay, make sure to like the video on YouTube, guys. We're about to crack 4,000 subscribers. It's been a wonderful, wonderful journey. All right, 4,000 real subscribers. Okay, just growing nice and slow. We're building the community the right way, leading with education. So make sure to get us to 4,000. And we're not going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to continue to be live. Okay, this is our little corner. All right, so the scalping, SPY trading intraday. That's the space we're looking to conquer. SPY puts month out. We'll probably have to jump to the monthly time frame. If we jump to the monthly higher time frame, all right, let's just jump into the higher time frame on the intraday and let's see where we are. We do have this bearish channel on the intraday higher time frame. We can see, all right, so the top of that channel, if you're going to get SPY puts on the month, okay, best place to probably get them is at the top of this channel. Either wait for a false break, wait for a rejection. This would probably be the best seat in the house, right? It's easy to say that now because of course this is in hindsight. So this would be the best seat. So this is going to require some waiting. There's nothing for you to do right now. Second best seat in the house, okay, is of course off that weekly downside breaker in this neighborhood. That's also not available currently. Because what it looks like we're trying to pursue these lows down here, all right? That's what it looks like. That's the path it looks like price wants to take. How long does it take? Undefined. Do we get there? No guarantee. But at the current moment, that's what it's looking like. So the way I would approach it, if I was looking to go a month out, is first I want to see how we interact with that 200 EMA on the daily, SMA and EMA. Okay, I want to see how we interact. We can maybe base an idea off of that. If it's something intraday, maybe some sort of reaction off of here for the second best seat. If I get that reclaim, okay, if it gets a strong reclaim, whatever my defined risk is, I'll get stopped out. If I'm trying to scale into the position, meaning say I want to take 50 puts, okay, say I want to scale in 2 times, maybe take it, if that's part of the plan only, I go for 25 there, 25 there with confirmation. So it just depends on what you're looking for, right? Depends on what you're looking for. So those would be the I would say the 2 best areas to position yourself. So if we do get some whipsaw action, if we do get some gap ups or gap ups, you might still be within range, but the swing trading has been tough, right? We have a trader on our team who's been absolutely crushing the swings, okay? And that just it takes next level courage, next level conviction on top of the technicals as well, all right? Because you're going to have to stomach some stuff. If you get a gap up against you, okay, you have to define that in your risk. So if you're looking for a swing, you can't have a conservative risk. If you can't have a conservative risk, you can't stomach that wider risk, then you probably have to use less size. If you're not checking any of those boxes, then let the swing go. You don't have to take a swing. Okay, so that's what I would say about a month out. All right, so this thing, okay, look, it didn't get stopped out, showed TP, showed scale out, and hit TP once again. So 3 times. Okay. There's a chapter a day in the book of Proverbs. It gives you life instructions on a daily basis. A great way to start your day. By reading it, 100%. Conviction is very powerful. I'm tired of dancing on myself tonight. I want to dance with someone else. Get into the groove. You got to prove your love to me. Get on your feet. Step to the beat. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean on your understanding. Acknowledge him in everything, and he will direct your path. Amen. Investor 8564. Amen, amen, amen. All right. Especially times like this, guys. There's literally nothing left to lean on. All the leaning posts are gone. Okay. Like the things we would lean on before, the crutches are gone. They've been removed. There's only one thing. Or else you would literally lose your mind. All right? So if that foundation is critical, because the chaos just continues to get more chaotic. So if you're really just taking in what's going on, it will just drive you crazy. That's why I just stay away from all the noise. I let the noise come to me. All right? With the news, with all that stuff, I don't go looking for it. All right? So it has to be so big that it comes to my radar. Especially, again, from the lens of trading as well, right? Sometimes we can get influenced by the news. All right? Everyone makes that rookie mistake, right? You hear something on the news, and then you just click the button. The impossible is possible. We're powerful as humans. Just need to know that. Absolutely. Very interesting. Ezekiel 28:5. By your great skill in trading, you have increased your wealth, and because of your wealth, your heart has grown proud. I'm going to look that one up. Let me take a picture of that. Thank you for sharing. Detour first seek God. Most important thing. Everything else will fall into place. 100%, guys. 100%. Detour. Yeah, I can. That the major pivot. Is that near the pre-market low? If it's near below the pre-market low, the lows of the day, we can get that nice little slice right under that. That'd be good. Who's done for the day? Look at that grab, guys. They are playing some trappy games, not going anywhere. We grab first shift highs, drop back to downside. I'll just wait for lottos or just be done, guys. Okay. Just 2 trades, stopped out here, recover here, a little bit more as well. This last trade, you had to sit through a little bit of drawdown. Okay, and it finally hit target without getting stopped out. You can see it get stopped out. So what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to disprove this system as much as possible. That's how I built it. All right, not to improve it and give it credit, not to turn it into a self-fulfilling prophecy and just say, hey, you know what, good job, it worked. But poking as many holes, we talked about this a couple of days ago, poking as many holes as possible to see the times it doesn't work and take it from there. All right, so if you do have a system, that's what you need to be constantly doing. Clawed back, minus 800. Beautiful job, Sancho. Get caught up in the chat. I've been here since 10. Daily viewer, well deserved. Absolutely OG. OG2K. So all the OG subscribers, guys, do appreciate your support early. The ones who subscribed today, the ones who are new, at some point in time, okay, God willing, you'll be an OG subscriber as well. Okay? We're going to continue to do the streams. We're going to continue to show up and navigate these markets together. We're going to learn. We're going to earn. We're going to do all sorts of things when the opportunities are there. Who's done for the day? The hardest. I want to see who's done for the day first. The hardest thing to type in the chat. Okay. Who's done for the day first? Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, the 15 orb played out nicely. Okay. These levels are based on the 15 orb. Okay, so that's a 15-minute range. You caught did you catch the first one, Artem? First one was nice. The first one was very nice. Not yet. I'm done. Okay. The rule is, if you say you're done, no more backdoor trading. Okay. No more backdoor trading. We hit 4K, guys. We officially hit 4K. Again, as always, appreciate the support. Next psychological 5K. To give you some context, okay, a year ago, all right, so this will give you a realistic idea, all right, without promotion, without crazy clickbait thumbnails. It gives you a realistic idea of how long it will take to a gauge, right? Just a gauge of how long it will take to possibly build your channel, right? Maybe base case. Okay, base case. So base case, last year this time we probably had 1,000 subs. Just crossed over 1,000. Before that, I was streaming in 2024. So I do have some people in the chat, okay, in 2024. And back then, it just started with 0, guys, from 0. Literally 0. All right, I would say the hardest thing is to get from 0 to 100. Okay, 0 from 100 is the hardest barrier, in my opinion. Right? And if you're just jumping on the platform to share your ideas, you're not using all these vanity metrics. At the end of the day, if you're consistent, it will grow. If you're just running your own race, you're trying to put as much value as possible out there, okay, it's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. All right, so there were times when there was 3 people on live. All right. Content's the same. Now we have 100 plus, 200 people. Content's going to relatively be the same. If it's 500, if it gets back to 50, it gets back to 20, nothing really changes, okay? Nothing really changes. 17% are left. Good, good, good. One lotto in Power Hour. I'm waiting for the public listing Fundrise Innovation. Is that going? Is that IPOing today? You were talking about Fundrise a while back, then. So I haven't been keeping up with the IPOs. Oh, pre-listing today. Okay. So Fundrise, I believe it helps you get early stake in some of the startups. So it lets the public get into the startups. VCK. I'll keep an eye on that. You should do an ad on YouTube and tell people that you're trading SPY live. I'll let YouTube do the heavy lifting. All right, so don't need any ads. The people will like, the people will share, the people will subscribe, and it will just continue to go. Okay, the people who find this content are the ones who are looking for the content, and that's what I like about it. Right? So it's not being broadcasted through the algorithm for the people who are not interested. More than likely, it's going to the people who have that in their algorithm. Right? Because you don't want your stuff to go to people that have no interest in it. You want it to get to the people that are looking for content. Right? Of course, you can do target marketing and all that stuff, but I believe organic is the way to go. Yep, there was a time when it was just the news. That's the OG. Yep. All right. Stepped away for a little bit. So I just had the news playing just to keep the channel going. You're a real OG 2K. Okay, so we're in the jaws of the gap. We're above that G50. Okay, can we continue to hold above it? We have that gap fill all the way up there. We have a second target there. So this break, remember, we were tightening, squeezing. And we finally broke, and this thing is probably headed towards TP2. All right, so to be in this trade, you had to endure some drawdown, some back and forth. It hit TP1. Okay, so you have to safely assume that you still have a position, still have a partial bit of your position. And then now it's headed towards TP2. So all 3 of the trades, guys, that came up today, despite this back and forth chop, all worked out without getting stopped out. Minimum 1 TP each. Now they have grass-fed, grass-finished. There's a distinction between grass-fed and grass-finished. All right, I learned that not too long ago. All right, so if you eat like grass-fed beef, all right, what they're doing is to classify it as grass-fed, they just feed it grass before they slaughter it. Ta-da, it's grass-fed. Now they got grass-finished. There's a distinction between grass-finished, grass-fed. If they've been eating grass their whole life versus if they just had grass just a couple of days before they died, right? So, or they got slaughtered. I thought that was pretty funny. Reason I bring that up because someone said organic is the best. Okay, so again, that 50% retrace we can clearly see. It's going to be tough to buy calls up there. If you do buy calls up there, if you're mad at your risk is, if you define your risk accordingly, maybe you're trying to play that break, maybe you see something. Okay, if your stop is in place, you get stopped out. but it's tough to buy the calls up here when this is clearly that resistance area. 33%, 3 trades, 33%. Beautiful job, Milton. Was this your last trade in this territory? That was a nice hold. And you also have to be careful now, guys, because if any of my people who like to eat fish, all right, some of the farm raised fish is coming from China. All right, so it's just got to be careful. Right, no problem against China, but I just don't know what their regulatory standards are, and I don't want my fish being shipped all the way from there when there's fish here. All right, so be careful. You have no idea what you're eating these days. All right, just look at the back. Just give it a quick glance. All right, look at that rejection. VIX bouncing off that 25 simultaneously. Does this get us back to daily open to reset everything? All right, so this is a day where it's basically a nothing burger day. All right, so if you're able to extract some profits, get a win in this type of day, and you're still disciplined and you're done for the day, tremendous. This is just, if you're a scalp in this, you're getting those reads, you're getting those good entries. All right, so again, at some point in time, it's time to walk away. But it looks like just a back and forth type of day, all right? So we trap those highs, double top, we grab first shift highs, we peak above that 50% retrace. So a lot of people that are trying to play the gap fill above this, you can scalp out of it, but if they're beholden to playing the gap fill, if their risk is maybe back below that 659.10, they get stopped. So it looks like they're teasing the gap fill. China. Got that breakdown. Beautiful job, Jason. And you want to take that rejection. That was probably the cleanest 3-minute move. Swoosh. We had a clean move there. But this is probably the cleanest one. VIX just decided to wake up. All right, so again, keep your profits. Don't give your profits back. Keep your profits, guys. We're due for a giveaway. Continue to subscribe to the channel. If we have 100 likes, we'll do one giveaway. 150, 2. And of course, 200 likes, we'll do 3 giveaways. We're at 125 already. All right, so we'll do the giveaway at 11:30. So if we can get to 150 by 11:30 a.m. Eastern, okay, then we will do 2 giveaways. So giveaway winners, check your DMs. Sebastian, you did win the giveaway yesterday for the advanced bootcamp. So when you get a chance, send me a DM so I know I don't forget. And all I need is just the best email to reach out to you once the bootcamp is ready. So bootcamp, I'm looking to schedule the bootcamp mid-April, tail end of April. This is an advanced bootcamp. So the getting started, we did 4. We did 4 of those already. So we ran those once a month, okay, to bring everyone up to speed. And now we're going to go to some of the advanced concepts. So they're not going to be as long as 4 or 5 hours. It's going to be more concentrated, more focused, more strategy based. Because I'm assuming that you already have the foundational information in place. All right, so it's very important that you do, if you're planning to sign up for that bootcamp, it's not available yet. All right, that you do take the initial getting started, go through that series. All of our members, you guys have access to that. All right, that's going to be a great prerequisite. It only takes 5 hours. All right, 5 hours span of a week. Okay, that's less than an hour a day. So if you go to right here, okay, just go to day trading course right here. Okay, these are the key topics. We're back at VWAP, flat VWAP. All right, getting started day trading, technical analysis, chart mastery, options trading fundamentals, trading psychology routine, execution consistency. I'll also post a channel here where I have all the bootcamp recordings. All right. So we're going to get some a couple of changes to the Discord and for April, a couple of upgrades, but structurally everything's going to remain the same. All right, so a couple more channels will get added. I'm looking to add some flow channels, maybe another news channel, maybe some dark pool channels, and some advanced channels there. All right, for the ones who want to use it. All right, so you don't have to pay 2 subscriptions. All right, so that's going to be available in April. We'll try to get all that done by April, and then of course indicator, the Shockwave 15 system, advanced bootcamp, and all those upgrades to the Discord. All right, so we have a jam-packed Q2. All right, so if that VWAP fails, we're at that VWAP. Let me take this NC off. So whenever VWAP was flat like that, okay, whenever VWAP was flat like that, more than likely EMAs are crisscrossing. You don't want your VWAP to look like this. Okay, you don't want your VWAP to relatively look like this. You don't want VWAP to turn into a line. Okay, because the more of a line it looks like, okay, that's an indictment that it's chopping around. You want your VWAP to be nice and curved to the upside, to the downside, and if it's a really strong uptrend, you want it to be as far as possible from VWAP. And maybe 1 or 2 times during the day, come back to visit it. So when it's constantly coming to VWAP, okay, as we're visiting it too many times, okay, and it has a toxic relationship with VWAP. It gets above it, gets above it, gets below it, gets above it, that's a sign of volatility. Okay, aka toxicity. All right, so that means it's indecisive. Do I want to get above it? Do I want to get below it? Do I want to stay above it, continue to go? Nope, I want to get back below it. All right, so that follow through outside of scalpers, the follow through is not there. Okay, unless you're using zones, unless you're waiting for price to come into certain levels, right? And only engaging at those levels, follow through is not there. Because the reason why I say that is because if you're not waiting for certain levels that are predefined, what you'll find yourself doing is once it starts to go, you're already in chasing mode. Okay, and when you're in chasing mode, the market has you right where it wants you. Kodak, I'm not sure I've heard of that ticker. KODK. We'll take a look at it here. Let's see what SPY does here. We're back at the daily open. So daily open and VWAP frequent visitations. Okay, not a good sign. So now let's put the pieces together. If we put the pieces together, we made a massive move yesterday. We're chopping around today. So if major supports don't hold today, all right, major support doesn't hold today, more than likely we can start to slide. So bulls are doing everything they can to prop this thing up. Okay, they're doing everything they can. In the event daily open fails, support fails, VWAP fails, VIX continues to pick up, everything starts selling off. All right, there might be too much pressure on the bulls. I'm not eating meat anymore. Done after I bought shrimp from farmers market, and the shell is like plastic. Wow. Okay. Today's stream will go to 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock. All right. Yesterday we went all day. We've been trying to extend it as long as we can. Strikers, I'll have the screens going. If something juicy does take place, maybe I'll jump back on mic, maybe power hour. If not, from time to time, when I come back to my desk, I'll just move things around. If I do take any trades, scalp any trades, I'll let you guys know. Tomorrow's Friday, guys, so keep that in mind. Sorry, I've been quiet. Took a big L yesterday, just watching. It's always good to be on the sideline sometimes after a big L. So it happens from time to time, guys. So just try to understand how it took place, what things you can extract from it, and make the adjustment. That's a good protocol to have after a big loss. Right, just step back a little bit. The Bible says that EA is fine as long as you're high. Man who lays with another man should be stoned. So that's Levitical. So when you think of the Bible, right, you have the Old Testament, New Testament. So that's based on the Levitical law. So you have to do more research. All right, and a lot of times that's what's used against the Bible, right? A lot of the Levitical laws, right, to separate. But the premise is. Okay, the premise is, all right? The premise is very simple. We're all sinners. We all fall short. Okay? And no matter what we can do, we can't step into the presence of God. No matter what good deeds we do is not enough. Because God needs perfection. So he sent his perfect son to die on our behalf for us to be redeemed. So we don't have to carry the burden on our own. Right? So that's the plan. So when a lot of people that are against the word, they use specific parts to counter it. But really, it's for your own good. Right? It's for your own good. And everyone at the end of the day has the cool thing is everyone has a choice. All right, there's nothing that's by force. That's the beautiful thing. All right, there's nothing is, hey, you know what, you have to do this or X, Y, Z. Is you choose. All right, you get to choose. You get the ultimate choice. But if you choose to be eternally separated, there's no going back when you enter the next world. You chose it. Okay? If I choose for eternal separation and say, I'm going to do it my way, I know everything. All right? I know every single thing. I created myself. All this stuff is X, Y, Z. All right? That kind of thinking, we all been there before. I've been there before too. Most of the time, that's the symptoms of a hardened heart. Right? But what you're really saying is, let me be. Okay? Then you're let be. Okay? So that part is the some of the Levitical laws. So in the Old Testament. I know it's a joke. Yeah, people. I don't get too overly religious. You know, I don't get too overly do this. There's this. You know, because I know what it's done for me, and I know where I'm coming from, and I know how far I've come. So my views have not always been like this. I've been as far away from this as possible. So it took a long time to see the other side and then come back to see how far I really was. Okay, so back to daily open, guys. Back to daily open. The main thing is don't give back profits. If you're in the red, don't exaggerate your losses by forcing trades because we're just chopping around. Green today. And by no means am I a preacher. By no means am I even equipped, right? I can just give you my take, my opinion, my honest, okay, my honest truth. So it looks like we're giving up that VWAP. We're hugging that VWAP currently, just hugging it. We've actually fell below it. Qs are back below VWAP. The only thing holding us up right now, all right, as it pertains to the VWAP, is IW. So the little train that could. Okay, IWM. We have some great IWM traders on our team. IWM hasn't been so friendly to me this week. I think I took two trades early this week on IW. Stopped out on IW a couple of times. Amen, amen, amen. Palantir, let's take a look at it. If you guys have any chart requests, we can go through it real quick. We are at 100 likes, so we'll do the giveaway here shortly. Let me pull up the wheel. You can start putting your names in the chat. Palantir left the station. Okay. Palantir left the station. The case for Palantir, okay, so here would be a stop out unless you scalp it, but let's just take it for what it is. Okay, so this is the reward, this is the risk. Okay, so we'll say no scale out and no TP hit, so stop out. So -1R. And then opportunity comes again. And then now Palantir scaled out. Scale out. So that move at that scale out was roughly $1. That stop out was roughly 71 cents. So between those two trades, say if you took this one and that one, if that lined up with the things you look for, right, you should be break even small green. If you only took that one, then you'll be green. If you took both, break even small green. Name QAS. QAS. What is QAS? Okay, that's TSX, a TSX name. Okay, we're starting to break that support. VIX is starting to go. IWM is about to give up VWAP. So we're breaking the structural support. We're back below that daily open. We are back below that daily open. I'll probably look for a retrace reject or a complete collapse below these lows. All right. And I'll probably have one more trade left in the tank. Okay, positive 150. Good. You got bailed out. Good. Sometimes we get bailed out, right? We're in a bad position. We're caught holding a little longer than we anticipated. Our fingers get a little too light. We can't just press, right? It gets hard to move our finger to sell. And then the trade order hasn't been invalidated, but somehow, some way we get bailed out. It starts to work. We're back in the break even, back in the green, right? That's good. All right, moderate confidence, slight bull edge, moderate confidence, score D. So D, not clean the conditions. You can see as well being reflected there. So ideally, you want the confidence. You can fix the confidence threshold you're looking for, 50%. Right, that means you can go either way. But from a structural standpoint, we can see we're starting to break down. So in this case, if you're short, you want to see the confidence start to increase. You want to see the score start to improve, and you want that to go from slight bull to slight bear, and then to very bearish. You want that to start to roll in your favor as things start to work. From the standpoint of the VIX, we need the VIX to start to push towards that 26. It has some room. Again, guys, make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to like and subscribe. 150 likes. Let's take a look. Let me refresh and take a look. If you're just joining, we did take 2 trades. Stopped out on our first one. About a 17% stop. Second one worked out nicely in our favor. Last scale out, 30+%. And that's been pretty much it. We're at 127 likes, 170 people. Let's see if we can get to 150. Okay, so you get that retrace reject off that level. In that case, we need the VIX to continue to push higher. We need everything else to continue to slide. We did get a nice little 5-minute hammer. EMAs are waving back the downside. We're basically right at the middle of that 15-minute range. We're basically at that daily open. We're below VWAP, but VWAP is flat as can be. So what we do know is we did break down here. Okay. So we got our breakdown. So now then the next low we get, if it gets lower than this low, this becomes the structural high that needs to be shifted for us to see signs of a pushback, possibly to the upside. Need that reclaim. So in this case, we got that low here. See where that next low comes in. Do we get a lower low within this internal structure, or do we take this back out and try to seek these highs up there while we're hugging VWAP and in the middle as flat as can be on the day? If we drop down to the 1, as the 1 is the 1, the EMA is on the 1, creating those nice little flags on the 1. So these flags on the 1 really play nicely when there's a continuation. A nice clean move. See if that continue push lower. And the flat and the waves hold. That's what I want to see. Can the waves hold? Or we're going to play that game once again. Get above daily open, get below daily open, go to VWAP, get above VWAP, get below VWAP, and continue. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we get that rejection. The Qs are right at PML. SPY is not at PML yet. We're back to being green on the day. We flipped the day once again. We're back to being green. Let's give you a nice little flag here. In the meantime, for this flag to play out, we need that continued push higher on the VIX. Ideally, VIX stay above 25.66, head towards 25.85. Okay, IV's returning to some level of normalcy. IV is returning to some level of normalcy. See if you can hold below that support. Okay, see if they continue to push lower. Okay, I like how the Dow is selling off here. The Dow's at the very lows of the day here, guys. The Dow's at the very lows of the day. The Dow's at the very lows. See if we get a continuation below that level. Flag, okay. Can we get some follow through behind this? In the meantime, we need the VIX to wake up like it's doing. All right. Head towards that high, 25.85. It should be good to go. Head towards that high, 25.85. Okay, for it to continue, get some follow through, hold below these lows. Hold below those lows. The Qs, guys, the Qs. Buyers are protecting that PML on the Qs. Okay, they're trying to buy it off those lows. You can see another buy back up off those lows. Can hold. So that's maybe a nice little scalpable move. Right, but the trend is still lower. Okay, the trend is starting to emerge to the downside after that break below VWAP. So as long as this can hold, as long as we stay below daily open, that might be the line in the sand. Okay. That might be the line in the sand. We're seeing some buyers trying to step in on the 1. The 5. So if you're short, you don't want to see a hammer on the 5. The 15 is coming into that buy box. Still has a little room to the PML. Okay. Okay, nice little drop. That'd be nice. Buyers protecting it. VIX starting to fade. Q's nice grab with that PML. Nice bounce off view up on the IWM. Nice bounce off view up on IWM. See if IWM can hold view up. That might be what it comes down to, right? If everything kind of stays where it is, stay below the daily open, and IWM fails below VWAP and drops another about 50 cents or so close to that daily open, we might see that continued slide. All right. So who would have thought small caps? The only thing green. So in this uncertainty, we're going to small caps. All right. So this is the line in the sand. Who wants it? Who wants it more? Bears? Okay, they have it right now. So all they need to do is maintain it. Or do the bulls want to take it off those lows and flip it and take back control? All right. Okay, that's what it's come down to right now. Okay, the IW need that break below V up on IW. The Qs are trying to hold that 589, hold that PML. They swept those lows. They swept that 5-minute candles low prior at 1140. IW starting to catch a bit off that view up weekly level as well. Okay, we're flipping back to the green. See if the bulls can flip this to the upside. Keep in mind, guys, we are still within. We're actually below first shift's low, second shift's lows. No, we're not. Actually, we did grab first shift, second shift's lows right here. Okay, so we grab second shift's lows. Okay. So we take those puts, just scalp into there. If you take the calls, you're waiting for a decisive push. Everything wake up. IWM hold above that VWAP. Qs don't give back. That's 589. VIX head back towards 2566. Okay. That's going to open up the door for the bulls. You see how back and forth it is, guys. Very back and forth. All right. Very, very back and forth. My name, absolutely, guys. Giveaway time. Our first green day of the week. Down for the day. Beautiful job, ERA. Way to fight through it. Yeah, EMA's going to it. VUP goes into it. Price action goes into it. Where we are in relation to the weekly levels. Okay. Daily levels. Goes into it. And a couple of other measures. That is one of the factors. So that would be the trend calculation. Okay. So when it's moderate confidence 50, it means, hey, you know what? There isn't a lot of confidence. It is still the market bias is still giving it a bullish edge. Okay, small of a slight bullish edge. Okay. You can start putting your names in the chat for the giveaway, guys. Start putting your names in the chat. If you haven't liked the video yet, if you haven't subscribed, take some time to do so. All right, let's start doing the giveaway. Let me pull up my wheel, my trusty wheel. I promise you the wheel is not rigged, okay? The wheel is not rigged. One time we did have one person in the chat. I forgot what the person's name. I forgot who it was. I think it was Richish or Rockish. Okay, won three giveaways in one day. Not in one day, in 1 week. All right, so strikers. This is the advanced bootcamp giveaway for the strikers. Okay, let's start with the strikers first. How we doing on Google Meets, guys? Nita for the giveaway. Congratulations, George, on your success. Thank you, Vince. Appreciate it, guys, especially the early supporters who trusted the program early. Hopefully, you're learning. Hopefully, you're making progress as well. All right, you're getting better. You're making those incremental improvements. Okay, incremental improvements over a long period of time is the formula. Okay, incremental improvements over a long period of time is the formula. We got Riri. We got Elian. We got Amanda. We got Nita. Tesla dumping. The Tesla finally, I didn't get the alert on Tesla unless I missed it. We'll check Tesla here in a second. Okay. All right, so we got everyone. We got okay. We got we got Nanitha. We got Candy Lady. We got Nancy. Still here, not going anywhere. We got Gene. 100% Lynn. One of the OGs. All the archives, a lot of the new strikers, guys, all the chats will be archived. Okay, they will be archived. Let's keep an eye on Spy the Chops. So once this March chat is done, it's going to go in our archive here. Okay, so every month we start a new chat. Every month we start a new chat, so you can go back to April. That's why it's so important to interact in the comments, because you can kind of go back to see what you were thinking. Maybe you posted a chart. You can see the improvements you're making over time. All right, so it's almost like a moment in time. All right, so this is going to be our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, April will officially be the 12th. This month, when it finishes, it'll be the 12th chat. All right, so this will be archived as well. Okay, it looks like we got everyone on the striker side, and we'll move on to YouTube here. Okay, last one I got is Amanda on Google Meets, and the last one I got on Discord is Ansi. Okay, so now let's move to YouTube. We got retest lows of day Qs. Okay, we got come on bulls flip. We got Brian B. So the winners, guys, the winners, you should have received. Give me 1 second. Okay, I take a quick phone call, and here you go. Look at that. I think the phone call was a cue. I just called the market makers. All right, they said, "Should we pump this thing up?" I said, "Yep, go ahead and pump it." All right, so if you did win, like I was saying, if you did win, make sure to send me a message. I'm up to speed with the giveaways. UP. So anyone who is bullish in that area, you're getting compensated. And look at that, just some life in the market. We'll talk about what you're gonna get, okay, just in a bit. CC, got you. Good afternoon, Jeff B. Good afternoon. Anyone was anyone in that patient? Chris N. All right. Question is now where does this thing want to go? Does it want to go all the way into these highs? Make a nice little round at bottom. See if we can get above that 657.65. We got Jeff B, Chris N. I'm in long, beautiful. Okay, one second. What was that? Jeff B, Chris N. Okay, we got Kelly. That's all it took. It just took one phone call. Shaney. Okay, we got Eric. We got Joe P. We got Jake R. We got Suki. We got Henry. All right, can we get past that 667.65? VIX fell off a cliff. It's below 25.66. We got Henry. We got Anna. We got Jason M. We got Mercy. We got Arnie. We got Kevin C. We got Miso. We got Suda. We got Wayne A. We got Bob. We got Vanuz. We got Tune C. Okay. Is your indicator going to be paid? Yes, it's going to be paid. Yep, it's going to be paid. How many trades did I take today? Took 2 trades. Stopped out in the first one. Second one worked out beautifully in our favor. The indicator provided 3 trades. All 3 trades hit TP and some. So this would have been the first one. Okay, second one. And second one here. There's the one that we took. Okay, this is the one we took. Last scale out, high 30s. Close to 40%. All right, so we got 2 and C. We got MIM. We got G. We got, I was going to type haha. I was going to say we got haha. Okay, Trump is talking. Okay, let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. So I'm at Discord access pinned in the chat. We got Punit. We got Beck. We got Brainley. Okay, let's take a listen to the commander-in-chief. Let's see what he's up to. Okay, high stakes meeting with Japan. Okay, let's take a listen.
This is a very volatile world, and the military equipment, the power of some of this weaponry is unthinkable. You don't even want to know about it. Oh, you could end this thing in 2 seconds if you wanted to. But we are being very judicious. But we want to do, don't forget, Biden gave away, I rebuilt the military in my first term. Biden gave away so stupidly to Afghanistan a lot. He didn't want to move it. He was too lazy, too stupid to move it. But it was...
Keep putting your names in, guys. Just be careful here. Be careful, be careful. Market is on a tear to the upside. Nice recovery at that daily open. Nice little, I think, VIX is going south. The bulls are trying to take advantage of this. We'll continue to listen. I'll continue to put the names in. Make sure to like. We'll do the giveaway at 12:15. All right, so I have a lot of names I'm typing in, so just give me a second here. In the meantime, let's take a listen. Okay? In the meantime, let's take a listen.
And he didn't rebuild anything. Fortunately, we have a lot. We have a tremendous, unlimited supply of what you'd call middle and upper middle armaments and military equipment. Munitions, armaments, but munitions in particular. At the high end, we have a lot, but we're preserving it. We don't really need it. But we're building, our manufacturers of military equipment are building at a level they've never seen
Yeah.
before. They've never done before.
I wish,
Pete's
Yancy.
in charge of it with all of us, really. But Pete's been very strong.
I think it's the opposite. Whenever I exit the position, they run it up.
And Raytheon is building 4 factories. Lockheed is building 5 or 6 factories, and they're building them fast. Because we had a very tough meeting with them. They were going out and buying back stock for $51 billion in one case. They spent $51 billion buying back stock.
Okay, keep putting your names in. I'm typing.
And they are now building a tremendous, there's never been anything like it, what's taking place right now. So we're in very good shape, but we want to be in the best shape we've ever been in. We were that, when I rebuilt the military, we were in great shape, and then Biden blew it, and he didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. And if you listen to the Democrats, they don't even want to have a military.
Biden just catching strays.
It is. But we have...
Look at that pump, guys.
Military in the world. We have the best equipment. We make by far the best equipment. The other night...
Look at the VIX.
They had 114 rockets shot at a certain location. And out of 100 highly sophisticated rockets, out of
Look at that.
114
Anyone riding that?
sophisticated rockets, every single one of them was shot down with our equipment. All our equipment. It's amazing, actually, how good it is. So
Signal on the
we
cues.
want to be sure, and it's a small
Or the
price
calls,
to
late
make
signal.
sure that we stay tippy top.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Treasury Secretary this morning said there were defections among Iranian leadership. Are you aware of that, and is there anybody the U.S. can work with as a leader going forward?
Well, we have a man named the Treasury Secretary here, so maybe he wants to discuss it. Does anybody know? Do you know who he is? Central Casting.
Good. So we are seeing the defections at all levels as they're starting to sense what's going on with the regime. It doesn't get reported here in the U.S. very well, but you know, we are trouncing them from the air, and the regime will probably collapse within itself. At Treasury, we've seen where they wire their money out of the country. We're coming for that. We're going to get a
Look at the cues, guys. The cue signal came late at 11:58 because the signal stopped at 12 o'clock. Okay, it's designed to only make you trade from 9:30. You can change it to 11:30, but I do have it until 12. You can change it. But that came in right before 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I did. I told him, don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss, you know, we do, we're independent, we get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion, he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
And the last one, if I could, the Fed chairman told me yesterday that he plans to stay until a new Fed chairman is.
So hit target already.
And he also plans to stay on the board until the investigation at the Federal Reserve is done.
Well, he's under investigation because he's building a building for hundreds of billions of dollars more than it's supposed to cost. The building you see over there is under budget and ahead of schedule. That's the ballroom. The ballroom is a much bigger building. It's a much more complex building than what he's doing, and it's at a fraction of the cost. And something is going on, whether it's contractors. That's what I do best in the world. I build great buildings. I've always done it, and I build them under budget and ahead of schedule. They could have $4 billion. This is a renovation job for $4 billion. And if you look at the building, it's not even, I don't know if Kevin Warsh is ever going to be able to move into it. It's been under construction for years. It's the most expensive building ever built. Now, I know it's gross incompetent because I have.
VIX has room. It's running out of room, guys. 25. 25 is going to be that critical test as we approach 25. And of course, overhead, we have this major resistance as we re-enter the jaws of that gap. And we have that 50% retrace. We have second shift highs. All right, so put in the chat, do we think that we have enough fuel off that nice reclaim of the daily open to get us past this resistance? Right? If we do, that might be the segue for us to go into this territory up here. Coming into it, it is resistance until proven otherwise. Okay, proven otherwise. We got to give the bears the benefit of the doubt based on the price history in that area. All right, so let's see if the bulls can break out of this resistance to the upside for that continued push. More than likely, that's going to have to, that the VIX is going to have to get below 25 for that to take place. Let's continue to listen.
It up, and I mean, the place was in bad shape. You see the floors and everything. It was in bad shape. I could have made that building beautiful for $25 million. They're spending $4 billion. All right, so there is criminality. Maybe it's with the contractor, but because I know more about contractors than any human being maybe that's ever lived. But that contractor is a very rich man. Whoever the contractor is, we know. But whoever the contractor is an extremely rich man.
Any human being that ever lived.
He could make millions of dollars. I'm hearing numbers from $3 to $4 billion. That would make it the most expensive building on a square foot basis.
Let's go, doctor. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. There we go.
The exterior skin is staying, the steel is staying, the structure. So all I want to do is bring out to the public that this guy is incompetent. He's a very incompetent guy. And he may be a dishonest guy, but somebody's dishonest because there's no way that building can be $3 to $4 billion.
Thank you.
Please.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan.
This looks like one of your people right here.
The Japanese prime minister just sitting there like, okay.
Quarter of it, you know?
So.
Not a, all right, looks like a nice guy. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you just mentioned Japan is stepping up. What kind of support do you expect from Japan in the future?
Look, I expect Japan to step up because, we have that kind of relationship. And we step up for Japan. We have 45,000 soldiers in Japan. We spend a lot of money on Japan. And we've had that kind of a relationship. So I expect, I'm not surprised that they would step up. We don't need much. We don't need anything. I mean,
We will do the giveaway on the other side of this press conference, okay? So again, smash that like button, guys. They thought they could get me out of these calls. No stop loss, diamond hand forever. Sancho.
so that's a big reason to step up. I mean, we've demolished, that country is close to demolished. The only thing is the strait. It's very hard. You could take two people and they could drop little bombs in the water and they're holding things up. We don't want that to happen. But honestly, Japan, China, Europe, parts of Europe, get a lot of their oil through the strait. We get none, practically. We're less than 1%. We don't have to be any percent. We don't even, I think we do it just to be nice. But we, think of it, we don't use the strait. We're defending the strait for everybody else. And then in the case of NATO, they don't want to help us defend the strait, and they're the ones that need it. But now they're getting much nicer because they're seeing my attitude. They're getting much nicer. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's too late. You know, UK wants to send aircraft carriers now. And I said, I want the aircraft carriers before the war. I don't want them after the war is won. They want to send me aircraft carriers after the war. There's practically nobody to shoot at them. You know, their missile count is down, Pete. Maybe you could discuss it, by about 90-something%. The drones are way down, and the factories are being demolished. Maybe.
Yes, sir. Our missiles being shot are down over 90% since the beginning. One-way attack drones down 90% since the beginning, which is a reflection of overwhelming firepower. But you mentioned the most important part, Mr. President. Their defense industrial base. If you can't make more of it in the future, then you have a limited supply. And so we're going after all of their defense contractors that make all of their exquisite weapons and ensuring that even if they wanted to rebuild more launchers or more missiles, they couldn't in the future. And that's a level of devastation for their military that they've never seen before.
So we have, in literally 2 weeks, we've demolished their Navy, their Air Force. All technology is gone, all communication is gone, and all of the leaders are.
What a rejection right off that 659.10.
One more question for the Prime Minister. Let me pick a beautiful looking person from Japan. A question for the Prime Minister. Go ahead. Yeah. Oh, he doesn't believe he's real. Oh. He sounded shy. Go ahead.
Of course, now Japan and US are very good friends. But one question: why didn't you tell US allies in Europe and Asia, like Japan, about the war before attacking Iran? So we are very confused about we Japanese citizens.
Well, one thing, you don't want to signal too much. You know, when we go in, we went in very hard, and we didn't tell anybody about it because we wanted surprise. Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay, why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay, right?
Man, this guy.
Yeah, he's asking me, do you believe in surprise? I think much more so than us. And we had to surprise him, and we did. And because of that surprise, we knocked out, the first 2 days, we probably knocked out 50% of what we, and much more than we anticipated doing. So if I go and tell everybody about it, there's no longer a surprise, right? Okay, one more for the Prime Minister.
Mr. President.
Are you good for the Prime Minister?
Yes,
Go ahead, for the Prime Minister.
thank you very much. Japan's JJ Press. Japan's biggest concern is China. Now they're giving us export control and very harsh terms to criticize us. So could you plan? Will you plan to bring out relationship between Japan and China while you are there?
Yeah. Well, I'll be going to China very quickly, but the
That question was for her, huh?
Prime Minister talk about China because I know they have a little bit of an edgy relationship, and I'd just like to know where it stands, how you're doing with China. So, please.
で日本はいつも中国に対してオープンです。会話はオープンにしています。それから冷静に対応しています。とにかく米中関係も含めてですね、これが地域の安定、それから世界のサプライチェーン、 これに貢献するものであることを願っています。日本は常にオープンです。
So first of all, Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China. And also, second, we have been addressing our relations with China in a calm manner. And also speaking of the US-China relationship, my sincere hope is that the relationship will be something conducive for regional security and also ensuring the global supply chain in the world. Once again, I would like to reiterate that Japan has been consistently open to dialogue with China.
And I think we're going to have a great trip. The trip has been postponed for about a month and a half. It's been reset, and we look forward to it. And I'll be speaking Japan's praises when I'm in China with President Xi. But we're going to have some good talks today. And I think mostly about trade, because they want to do a lot of trade. They're a tremendous purchaser of our energy, our oil, gas from, in particular, Alaska. Because Alaska, believe it or not, is very close. It's much closer than any other source. It seems a little cold compared to, but it's just a short trip.
So that's something that we will talk after the first quarter leaves.
We'll be discussing trade, and a lot of the talk will be about energy. Thank you very much, everybody.
Okay, that brings it to a close. So nice little pump when the president was talking, and then now we dump back to where we were. All right, so we just pumped, maybe keyword or something, and then it just pumps. They take advantage of it, and now it's basically back to where we were before that pump. So this is a Magna type of day, guys. Magna type of day. Truman Show. All right, let's do the giveaway. Any last entries, guys? Any last entries? If you have not put your name in the chat, I got all the names so far. Let's scroll through the names to make sure if you see your name in there, you'll be good. You'll be entered to win. If you're interested to know you could win, okay, here's the names. All right, so here's the names. So what's up for grabs? All right, so what's up for grabs? Again, if you want to join our community, the link is pinned. You got to go to smartactiontrade.com. What's up for grabs is the course up here. All right, the 5-hour Getting Started Day Trading Options course plus the Shockwave 15 course. Both of those, you get access to both of those. All right, those are up for, you can also purchase it if you like. Our site, okay, I'm still revamping the site. The community features, you can either click here, join here, or click here, community. And these are the features of the community, okay? These are the features. Use the code trial30 is all out, so use the code 20%. All right, we'll probably have 2 more spots, okay, and that's it. All right, and after that, we are at capacity for the rest of the month. Okay, let me actually check how many spots. All right, so let's do the giveaway. That's what the giveaway is for. Coming into the day, the game plan was pretty straightforward. All right, first thing first was the game plan was, the reminder was, don't come into the day with a fixed bias. All right, meaning that the selling that we did see in the pre-market, don't let that sway you into having a fixed bias and only slamming the shorts. If we're going to get that continued dump, we have to be careful, exercise caution, taking this break below these lows, because we have to be aware of that sweep taking place. That was priority number 1. Of course, I would love for this thing to continue dumping. Right, I'd love for it to continue to dumping, but sometimes that's too easy. Right, sometimes when the setup seems too easy, right, more than likely it could be a trap. So now what it becomes is you have to put filters in place to ensure you don't fall victim to the trap. All right, so we talked about the importance of the pre-market low across all 4 indexes. That was the number 1 thing we're paying attention to. Okay, so glad that no one really got trapped in that territory. If we were going to take it to the short side, okay, we want to see a clear close, continue to push lower. So I'm not looking to take lows, lower low breaks, meaning we get a low, and then the next candle opens up, we break that low automatically. Now looking to take those breaks in this area initially. Okay, so now we get the nice little push. That's when the two setups came into play. One stopped out, one worked in our favor. So we're just grabbing those highs. So let's see now if we dip into this territory here and grab these lows. There's a lot of liquidity down here that we can grab. All right, so if they want to come grab that, that can present an opportunity. If it does not turn into a grab, if it's just an expansion, I want to look for the same thing. I want to see a clean close back below it, retrace, reject off it for that continued push lower. All right. Okay, that's gonna be the protocol. Okay, so now we're just jammed in this area. You can see we kind of just zoom here. We grabbed previous shift highs here. We drop lower, and then we have shift highs. We have current shift highs up here, and we're just jammed within that range. Okay, so very, very important to pay attention to that. If we can get all the way into this territory, again, that's a rejection zone. So let's see which side of the equation gives. All right, so the pre-market stream, if you can make it, try to make it. It sets the tone of the things we're looking for. We kind of outline the game plan, and then essentially just look to execute the game plan. That's all the live trading is. How well can we execute the game plan, and how well can we call an audible if the game plan does not, if something happens and the game plan gets thrown out the window. Okay? So think of the pre-market stream as a scouting report. Okay? Scouting report against your opponent before the game. Okay? Spies acting in this manner. We're looking to see this type of things take place. These are the type of plays you want to run against this kind of defense. All right? So along those lines. If we jump over to the 5-minute time frame, all right. Okay, sometimes the 1 minute doesn't do justice. If you can see it, you see it, but maybe you can see a little better on the 5. Okay. So what do you see, guys? What do you see? Are we going up? Are we going down? Or are we going sideways? Are we going up overall? Okay. Okay. If we take the totality from the open into consideration, or just a very simple answer, are we going up? Or are we going down? Okay, or are we just going horizontal? Or just sideways? Are we going up, down, sideways? Okay, we can clearly see we're going sideways. What's another piece of evidence that tells us we're going sideways? The constant crisscrossing of the EMAs. No follow through. What's another sign we're going sideways? We're hugging that daily open. What's another sign we're going sideways? Flat VWAP. So in this kind of environment, there is no expansion. They are preying on the momentum traders. They're literally, this is engineered to seek and destroy momentum continuation traders. Okay. You can see it. Okay, so now it's either I trade the range. If you're green, you're not tasked with taking any more trades. Trade the range until proved otherwise. Support resistance. Okay, until proven otherwise, or stay on the sidelines. When are you going to adopt that expansion line of thinking? When we expand. Okay, preferably sweeps. Prior shift sweeps. Prior shift sweeps. Prior shift sweeps. Okay, in that area I look for trap candles. All right, meaning trapping that particular thing. So in this area, I look for bearish candles, bullish candles there. In the meantime, there's nothing you do. Headed back towards that daily open. Okay. Headed back towards that daily open. All right, let's do the giveaway here, guys. Let's do the giveaway. Let's do the giveaway. DV8. Okay, we got DV8 here. DV8. If we have 150 likes, we'll do the giveaway. We'll do the 2 giveaways. Okay, sideways, question 1. What is the difference between your orange and your red candle? Orange. The red candle just simply means that we took out the prior candle's high. So the red candle, think of it as a bear trap candle. If I can put it as simple as possible, it's a bull trap candle. What that means is at some point in time, this candle was bullish. And what it did was I took out these highs and dropped. Okay, so it's a bear trap candle, known as a 3 candle in strat terminology. I refer to it as a buy block. All right, not quite an engulfing candle, because with the nature of an engulfing candle, all right, can this buy block be an engulfing candle? Yes. But if you want to be a textbook engulfing candle, okay, the candle has to engulf with the body. That is a primary thing. Okay, even if it has a wick, I wouldn't consider this an engulfing candle. I want to see that. You can classify it as a type of engulfing candle, but by definition, you want to see it literally engulf. Reason is because everything in trading is the opposite. Okay, what I mean by that, if one thing is true one way, it has to be true the other way. What engulfing candle tells us is what? We are engulfing this previous range. So what that means on a higher time frame, if we see this, what this means on the lower time frame, I want you to visualize it, is we are expanding. Okay, we're going into a broadening formation. All right, the reason why that engulfing candle has to look like that is because we want that full body. So we want the open and the close to engulf the entire move. Okay, if that's true, then the engulfing candle, opposite of the engulfing candle, would be the inside candle. All right, or the harami. All right, because if we just use that same logic, the opposite has to be true. Okay, and it is. Because you know why? Because what this tells us is we're not expanding, we are contracting. That's why that when the candle's inside the prior candle's range means the candle's high or low has not taken out this candle's high or low. We are contracting. So you can see the two differences. So the opposite of an engulfing candle is an inside candle. But so when you think of the engulfing candle, think of it like this. So if you think of, hey, you know what, maybe there's types of engulfing candles. Yes, you can make that argument. Maybe some of them look like this. Maybe some of them look differently if you take into consideration the wicks. But textbook, you want the whole thing to engulf. All right. So in this case, these candles, they're not giving us the textbook engulfing candle, but they're giving us a different kind of candle because the body's not engulfing, but the range is engulfing. So I call them the three. They're referred to as 3 down candles. In strat terminology, I just call them sell blocks because it's a block of sellers. It's a block of sellers. On the opposite, a block of buyers. Okay, so the way you test any theory is flip on its head. If it's true one way, it has to be true the other way. It just can't be true this way. It has to be true both ways. Okay, so that's what that is. Sideways, 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 sideways. Do you show? Yeah, you can see the trades and you can see my when I'm not in the position right now. So if you want, I can put it back on YouTube. I took it off of YouTube for this week because of the indicator release, but I can put it back next week. Okay, make sense? All right. So if you're just jumping in, we already did our work. Okay. Now it's just extracurricular lottos. If we can get a lotto off before 1 o'clock. 12:30, grab these highs, I'll be there. Grab these lows, I'll be there. Anything in between, I'll stay clean. Okay. So anything that's true, okay, we have a lot of terms out there. Now the trading space, everyone has a term for everything. Okay, but try to keep things as simple as possible and understand context and what it really means. All right, because let me tell you guys, every term is saying the same thing, just in a different way. Okay? Everything is saying the same thing in just a different way. It's like saying hi in English, okay, and hola in Spanish. But it just still means hi. So all these concepts, all right, they're saying the same thing in different ways. There's nothing unique and new. Okay, there's nothing new under the sun. It already exists. Okay, so from time to time, people emerge. Even the techniques I use, they're not some novel thing I invented. All right, it's just I'm taking the pieces from the things that I saw fit my style and built a system around it. Okay? You don't want to get caught up playing the game of intellectual stimulation. Oh, market makers stop me here, liquidity, That's a. Okay, at the end of the day, okay, are you making progress or not? Regardless of the terms you use. But you need to understand the main point, because these are just different ways of saying the same thing. All right, there's not just one system is more inferior. It's probably saying inferior or superior. It's just saying same thing in a different way. All right, so that's why it's good to know what's out there and what works for you. Study everything. And then, again, tear holes into what you're learning and put it back together with the fixes, and you have your system. All right, so my style incorporates price action, key levels. I know all the smart money concepts. I know all the strat terminology. I know all the patterns. All right, I know all those things inside out. But you can't trade all of it. If you're trading everything, you're trading nothing. You have to now take all that information and see what works. You can't trade every single pattern. You can't trade every single thing. Okay, because at that point, you're not trading anything. You're trading everything. So it's not really a setup. It just now becomes a guess. Okay. Okay, yeah, if the lottos can come in, take out those highs, we'll take it for a ride. Yesterday's lottos during FOMC didn't work out. Did see some green, but it's either double or nothing. Right, so we try to get 100% or 50%. Exactly. You have to find the style that works for you and have fortified psychology. Okay? Psychology is the edge. Mindset is the edge. All right, let's do the giveaway here, guys. Okay? Giveaway. If we're at 150 likes, we'll do 2 giveaways. We're at 142. All right, so we still have time to get to 150 until 1 o'clock. All right. Any last entries? So these are the names we got so far. The last name I got was DV8. Janish. I think I have you already. Let me see. Janish. Okay, yeah, I have you right there. Okay, I got you. All right, about to spin the wheel. Yes, I made $76 and got out, but got back in because I was trying to explain this to someone and got back in when I did not mean to. Okay, Jake. I think I got you, Jake. I got Jake R. Okay, we got 2 Jakes. We got Jake D. We got Oscar. I believe I got Oscar already. Oscar. Okay. Do I see Oscar? No, I don't see Oscar. Okay. Oscar. Okay. 2 more. 2 more. Spies just hugging view up, guys. Okay. Got this. Not sure how to pronounce that. Okay. Inui. Willie B. I think I got you, Willie. Huh, no, I don't. Okay, got you, Willie B. Anthony. One more, guys. One more, and then we'll spin the wheel. One more, we'll spin the wheel. Investing with options. Nice first, middle, last name. All right, let's spin it. Okay. All right, let's do it. Who's the winner? We got a lot of people today. Winner is. Boom, Willie B. Willie B is the winner. Willie B is the winner. We'll do another giveaway at 150 likes. Willie B is the winner. I'm going to send you the link to send me that DM, Willie B. Congratulations. I've seen you in the chat a handful of times, so thank you for that support. So congrats, Willie B. Code word for today. Code word for today is Japan. All right, so I need that code word because I'm getting a lot of DMs, at least 10 DMs of people saying they want. All right. Okay, so that's what the code word is for, and just have integrity. I mean, don't try to claim someone else's prize. All right, even if someone does claim your prize and I verify it too, I'll still send it to you. It's not that big of a deal, but integrity is critical. Okay, Willie B. Send me a DM with your name, of course, and code word Japan, and I'll send you the link to the course. Code word is Japan. Look at this, guys. Nothing much. Zigzag, back and forth. So it's a good day not to take a lot of trades. I just missed you, Ross and Turbo. I'll add you guys on the next one. Very entertaining. Yeah, the president, yeah. That's one thing. He'll definitely give you a laugh. And he has comedic timing. It's not easy. It's not easy to have comedic timing. All right, so comedians put in so much reps to find their comedic timing and to find their unique style. And he has it. All right, being a stand-up comic is it's not easy. If you're looking to enter to win, just put your name in the chat. When I collect the names for the second go-around. For the ones who have your names in here already, I don't need your name again. So for the ones who have not entered, if you're just jumping in, that second giveaway will be taking place at 1 o'clock. So make sure to tune in until then, and once we get to 150 likes. So very simple, very straightforward to enter. Nothing overly complicated. You put your name in. I send you a link. You send me a DM through the link on WAP or the free tier Discord. And you have access to the course. All right, again, guys, as we continue to grow, I will never send you a message, a private DM, okay, or a friend request. So if you're getting those messages it's from a fraudulent account, post it in our scam channel here. Okay, so someone said G Trader. So G Trader, I don't go by G Trader. All right, so G Trader is not me. You can see some of these people are trying to attempt to take advantage of our community. So all I can do is spread the awareness. Watch for the spelling. Okay, there's a period there. Those are things you can look at, kind of like phishing emails. But the primary thing is, I'll never send you an email. I'll never send you not an email, a DM or a friend request. So that's automatically a red flag. So for you to have that contact with me, make sure to send me that friend request in the Discord, especially if you're a member, so we can have that pre-existing conversation. So any conversation outside of that, you already know, is not authentic. Okay, so please be careful. All right. Keep in mind the video you're getting now over 1,500 views, 2,000 views a day. Who knows who's watching? All right. All right. So make sure to safeguard your information. If you're gonna get scammed, at least worst case scenario, losing the trade. Okay, instead of handing it over, instead of going hand over fist. All right, at least let the market take it, entertaining an opportunity. Worst case scenario. Yeah, so the link to the Discord is pinned up top. Okay, the link to the Discord is pinned up top. Tomorrow, guys, is Free Trade Friday. Tomorrow is Free Trade Friday. So I think the Google Meets has a capacity of 100 people. All right. With our community, we get anywhere from 30 to low 40s, mid 40s every day. So I'll probably do Free Trade Friday once again tomorrow. And it's just going to be limited to 100 people, I think. That's the capacity. All right. So the Free Trade Friday is very simple. Every Friday, if you're in the free tier Discord, I share the link to the delay-free, ad-free stream, as well as our pre-market prep show. So before we jump on YouTube, we do have a 30-minute pre-market prep where we go over some names, where we go over some critical levels, we go over the game plan. We can do a quick Q&A. Anyone have any questions? Anyone have any chart requests they want to bring to our attention? We go over all that. On top of that, we take a look at what took place yesterday to get a good idea of how SPY interacted with certain levels and where we are in the grand scheme of things. So we cover all that. Okay, we cover a lot in a very short period of time. So that is you get to be a part of that. All right, just to get a preview of what we do every single day. So again, if you want to be a part of that and you have time to join us at 9 a.m. Eastern, okay, I will be dropping the free Trade Friday link in the free tier Discord. Okay, that'll be sent out there tomorrow morning. Are these arrows popping up live? Yep, I have a chart that I do share. If I make an annotation to the chart, the arrows reflect on that chart. So these arrows this is what you're talking about. So the key battleground was this. Okay, so now it's who can dictate the pace here. I guess we got a nice little push rally from something the president might have said, possibly. All right, and then got a nice push. Now who's dictating the pace? The bulls are dictating the pace. Okay, the bulls are dictating the pace. It doesn't mean you can't look for shorts. You just have to know where to look for shorts. The Qatar gas outage, shortage situation caused helium spot price to jump 50% to 100%. Helium supply in semiconductor space. Huh. What's the ticker for helium? I haven't looked that up. There was a helium shortage a few years back, if you guys recall. The way I found out was I was getting some birthday balloons, and there was no helium to be found anywhere. I went everywhere. I went to at least 4 or 5 places, and no one had helium. I believe this was like 3 to 5 years ago. Right? Bulls are in control here. Some good confidence. So sentiment is bullish. See if that sentiment can lead into these highs and get that final push. Coming into it, this is resistance until proven otherwise. Download a WAP, send your message there. Okay, I should be getting your message shortly. Okay, Anita, let me see. How do you set TP? Okay, I just saw your message. Nita, I'm going to give you a thumbs up. I just saw that message just now. So a question, how do you set TP? What platform do you use? Okay. This is TradingView, okay, but the broker is Webull. You can set TP on Webull, automatic TP and let me see if I can open up the settings. Okay, what I can do is, let me open up the settings and show you how to do it. Okay. Open the settings. 1 second. So you have to use a Turbo Trader. So you go to Turbo Trader settings. And then I have it in the video. 1 second. Let me set it up as well. Here you go. So you go to Turbo Trader settings, and then you go to sub orders. Okay, you go to sub orders. Okay. Okay, I'll take a screenshot and then show you. Okay. All right, so when you go to sub orders, okay, when you go to sub orders in the settings, you click the settings here, you go to sub orders, and then you can automatically fix your stop loss and your take profit. So you can put a percentage right on it. Okay, so you can do that automatically. Okay, I don't do that. Okay, I kind of do it manually. I trust myself enough to close it. Right, but if you're having a hard time, you can always do that. Okay. So for the ones who send me friend request, guys, it's for the members. Okay, I want the members to send me friend request. Members, this friend request. If you're looking to get in touch with me, you're not a member, you're in the free tier, YouTube. Okay, you can send me a message there. That's maybe the only way, or maybe send me a DM in WAP. If you're a giveaway winner or you have any questions, send me to WAP. Okay, so let me know if that answers your question. Nita. All right, sometimes the reason why I personally don't use it is because sometimes the options chart moves a little bit prematurely from time to time, and I have a very I can be a little overly conspiracy theorist-ish, so I'll trust myself more than I trust that, because there has been times when I'm getting close to stop, the underline doesn't move, and for some reason I see a wick on the options chart and it wicks me out. All right, might be overly paranoid. But if you don't, again, it's better to have that than have nothing. But I trust myself to cut my losses. If you're not at the point where you trust yourself to do that, okay, then automate it. That's the best solution. Okay, automate it. Okay. Automate. That's the best way to go. Any other questions? So we're just continuing to chop. Sideways, range bound. Again, Shockwave 15 got the job done despite the chop. Shockwave 15 got the job done despite the chop. So there is no momentum. Still got the job done. Still got the job done. All right, so now if we take a look at this bigger picture, team, it's always good to zoom out and know where we are. All right, so I don't want to say the day's done. Anything can happen. Okay, if you've been trading for long enough, you know it's not done until it's done. All right, you know it's not done until it's done. But for the sake of argument, okay, so remember 5 rounds. All right, it's a 5-round series, 5-game series every day. Every week is a 5-game series between buyers and sellers. This week, all right, right out the gate, indecisive. Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So far, we are down more than 5%. Okay, before we go to the weekly, let's go here. We're down more than 5%. We're probably diverging. If I throw an RSI on that, we're probably diverging. All right, let me throw an RSI on that. Okay, from here to here. Yeah, so we are seeing a little bit of divergence. All right, we got this low here. Somewhat of a, not a major divergence. We got somewhat of a hidden divergence. All right, we got this lower low. Equal. We can make the argument. We just say equal. Although it's not lower, it's equal. So again, we're down more than 5%. We're going to take it piece by piece. We're in this pocket. I'll explain what this pocket is. I have that 200 EMA, hidden divergence, 652.93, 200 EMA. We're in the jaws of this territory. If we get a hammer off of this, or a doji, tomorrow we break those highs. We might see even this. It might not lead to anything much more than a nice dead cat bounce, but that could be a nice push back up. So going into today, what I'm looking to pay attention to, all right, is how does this candle close? And end the day, if it starts to lean towards hammer, all right, I don't mind taking some lottos into tomorrow. If it starts to lean towards hammer, I don't mind shooting my shot out that 200. Hold. Okay? Granted, could it gap down tomorrow? Sure. Right? But the closer it is to the end of the day, the more bullish it can be. If we could recapture that 200 EMA, 657.70. Okay? Try to get nice little body, some sort of bullish body. I don't even need it to get above the high of the day. I just need it to close out as this. Between 3 o'clock and 3:30. All right? And I'll be considering those lottos into tomorrow. Again, not financial advice. It's what I'm doing. Okay? Or what I'm looking to do. That's it. I don't need it to be a full candle, full body. Just show me that there's some level of interest down here. Okay? If we get that there, I'll be interested. If it's just a clean close below it, all right, then sellers are there. So what that means now, let's zoom out just for a second here. What that means now is the 5-game series. Okay, 5-game series, game 1. Okay, ended up as a tie in overtime. All right, so we'll use football analogy because there's ties. All right, game 2. Game 2. Who takes it? Sellers take it. So the Bears got 1 point. Game 3. Sellers blow up by the sellers. Massive win. Game 4. Sellers are in charge. Up for grabs. They have a slight lead. Okay? So there's up for grabs, slight lead. That's what we're fighting for. Tomorrow's game 5. Okay? So what I'm thinking, if you use that analogy, what I'm saying is if we can somehow overcome that day, close out that daily open, go hammer, if the Bulls can win this day, going into tomorrow, I just need them to win a small portion of the day, gap up, and if they can win this day as well, that's that lotto swing will go 100+%. Right? So the week, barring some sort of massive push into that weekly open, the week is in the bag. So the best bet, what the Bulls are doing now, okay, what the Bulls are doing now is they are just trying to build some momentum into the next series. Next week. We have another 5-game series next week. Okay? That's what they're trying to do. So they know they're going to lose. But can we start to build some momentum going to next week? Bull case scenario, we win today and we try to win tomorrow. Okay? All right? So even if it's just a part of the day and we end up losing, that's fine. But the series is in the bag. Barring some kind of comeback, okay, the series is in the bag. And how do we gauge that series? Weekly open. Okay? So very important for you to use this kind of analogy. I love using those kind of analogies because it contextualizes things. Now you know where you are. All right? So in the case where we close below that 200, all right? And then tomorrow, say we chop around, are bullish or bearish, doesn't matter what we turn out here. On Monday, okay, we open up futures market Sunday night. On Monday, all right, it's a completely different story. There's a lot of pressure on the Bulls to win Monday. A lot of pressure on them to win Monday. Because if they don't pick this thing back up, right, Bears are going to continue to push. All right, so this is the most interesting, most fascinating game that beats any sport. Okay, so that's what we're looking at right now. All right, what does that translate to the weekly? Okay, when we take a look at the series, all right, think of the 5-minute candles. Okay, let's break it down quickly. Not 5-minute. The daily candles, 5 candles equal. Okay, 5 candles equal 1 week. Think of 1 week. We'll just use that 1 week as our cap. Think of 1 week. All right, as a season. Think of the weekly candle as a season, or the monthly candle as a season. Okay, it's a series of those games, a series of the weekly, so on and so forth. You can think of it however you want. And then now we can see for 4 straight weeks, anytime the buyers try to step in off those highs, they get pushed lower, they get hammered. So what's interesting is if you're trading this, right, what you're noticing, what does that mean tangibly? You're taking the breaks. You're doing the right thing. You're taking the break. But every time you do the breaks, for some reason, it gets pumped up. So if you're not making that adjustment for the past 4 weeks, the market is throwing you around. Because what it's rewarding is actually after it breaks a critical level, it's reclaiming, coming into some resistance, internal resistance, okay, and then going lower. So it's having deep retracements. False hope. Okay? So that's the adjustment. If you're looking to go short, that's probably why you're getting stopped out every time. Because in hindsight, it's just going down. But look at the anatomy of each of these candles. At some point in time, this was green. Okay? So there's a lot of selling pressure there. All right? So it's almost you have to sell, okay? In terms of options, you have to buy into strength, or you have to sell into strength, I should say. So what I mean by that is, okay, you almost have to take the puts as it's coming into those levels when the contracts are generating premium and the puts are losing value, and then when it starts to have that response to the downside, you quickly appreciate rather than getting it right there. So that small adjustment can do tremendous things for your performance, because that's what's been going on. How long has it been going on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 weeks on both sides. There's major resistance now. Okay? So that means we already flipped the bears won the weekly. Next week, if we open up, okay, we're going to open up in the Jazza here. And then now look how close they are to that 20. Very close. And now we start knocking on the door of that 7% pullback, 6% pullback. We're already at 5%. And then we start to knock on the door at 10. That's very possible, right? But I would be surprised, okay, if the buyers don't try to protect this 200 EMA. That's going to be the most critical thing. Can they protect this 200 EMA? Matter of fact, can they protect this zone here? 625, 652.85, 658.41. There's a macro zone, big picture zone. It's not going to be able, you're not going to be able to scalp that zone. We're going to use this zone to really shape our thinking for the coming week. If they can't protect that, all right, we do have some support down here. Right, we can even stretch it to here a little bit. Okay, incorporate these lows. This is it. Okay, this is it for the time being. Okay, so in that case, that first test of that 200 EMA since ever, from the standpoint of we reversed from the tariff fiasco. We got the golden cross. We never tested the 200. This is our first test of the 200 about 52 weeks later. So this is it. Okay, this is it. So if you've been waiting, this is it. All right, this is it. So very, very important to see how that does unfold. Okay? So bigger picture, that's where we are. Down 32 bucks here. I started with 50. I'm a beginner. Okay. Are you looking to use the 50 as lottos? Still learning. If you're a beginner, guys, it's okay. Yeah, we're still learning. It's good to make those mistakes with small. Learn the big lessons through small mistakes or a small amount of capital. If you can, sometimes you just can't. All right. I feel fatigued this morning, so I decided to stay away from the market, especially considering FOMC yesterday. I figured today would be tricky. No trade. Good. Protect that green, strikers. Protect that green. If this is your first week in the Discord, a couple of weeks in Discord, if you're green, stay clean. All right. Even if it means if you're green on Monday, Tuesday, you're done, just be done. All right. Just try to get the green in your favor. All right. My goal is to get you to get you to see one green week. That's it. Your brain doesn't believe it yet. The brain does not believe the hype. Okay, your heart believes you can do it, but your brain is so logical it doesn't believe you can do it. All right, so now you have to trick your brain. You have to with discipline. And if you're up for the week, protect the week, secure your first green week. So going into the weekend, every weekend you got to make your adjustments. Now, when you make your adjustments, you say, what are the right things that I did? What are some things I can improve? Do less of the things you did wrong. Do more of the things you did right. You have to make your adjustments week to week, and yet no one is above adjustments. So adjustments are not based on performance. Adjustments are just a standard. You have to be constantly assessing, refining. It's a constant. All right? It's constant. It's like a bodybuilder. All right? You can't just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to work out for 5 years to attain a bodybuilder frame. Do everything with discipline, diet, sleep, nutrition. Okay? A little bit of hormonal help, because that's what the industry requires. And then all of a sudden just say, hey, you know what? I'm here now, and let me just stop. Right? You have to do more when you get there than you think. One thing to get there, another thing to stay there. All right, so make sure you're making those constant adjustments. Build a routine. Okay? Dedicate that 45 minutes, an hour, anytime on the weekend. So on the weekend, you should not be looking at 1,000 charts. You should not be wasting your time looking at these charts with all that old action. There will be a time for you to look at charts, but first, look at your journal. If you don't have one, get a journal. Start journaling. Track your trades I also have one journal, just a pencil or a pen and a notebook where you write down the things you're going through in that particular trade. You review that, see what things you can adjust, write the things down you can adjust. I highly recommend writing it. Okay, there's too much disconnection with just typing it with your fingers. There's too much disconnection typing it with your thumb on a tablet or on a phone, because those just merely become, they just disappear. They get stored somewhere on a hard drive. You never see them. You want to be able to tangibly see your words. And then you come into the week. On Sunday, we're going to go over the market. We're going to do our recap. Then you can start looking at charts. The cool thing is we trade one ticker. All right, so we don't have to look at 1,000 charts. I'm just looking at the other charts to gauge sentiment. And if there's opportunities elsewhere, I'll bring it to your attention. But when you trade one ticker, your focus is narrowed. You're not running around to say, okay, what did this do? What did this do? What did this do? What did this do? What did that do? What did it? Okay? You don't have enough brain cycles to compute all that. So save all your brain cycles for when it matters. All right? Save all your brain cycles for the execution, for the management. Okay? Don't waste your brain cycles on looking at charts for 10 hours over the weekend. Because what happens is you come into the day, you come into the week, you come into war, and you're fatigued. Okay, you have chart fatigue. You're exhausted. You're mentally drained. Okay, that's an easy win for the market. Okay, it's an easy win for the market. It has 5 days to beat you up. It's not going to do it the first day, but it knows. Okay, it's almost like a cat playing with its food, or playing with a little mouse or something. It lets the mouse get away for a little bit, come back, get away, come back, and finally go for the kill. So that's the kind of environment you're navigating, guys. So it's very important you take the weekend to reset, be human again, make the proper adjustments. It doesn't take more than 45 minutes to an hour to do the introspection. Sunday, we can look at the charts. Okay, we'll do our stocks after dark. We'll go over everything as supplement to supplement you as well. If you have any charts at that time, you bring your charts. If you're going to share a chart, you share the charts. And then Monday, you'll be fresh, ready to attack, ready to fight. Okay? Okay, now we're back below daily open. All right, so we have not gone anywhere. So QQQ is as flat as can be, minus 0.01 on the day. SPY, minus 0.05. The Dow, minus 0.24. IWM, plus 0.78. So this is as flat as can be with small caps leading the way. It means more when you write things down, 100%. And the thing is, if you start writing, you're not going to be able to stop. If you're really honest with your writing, when you start, you can't stop because there's so many things you have to put there. So it's also very therapeutic as well, because especially with these 24-hour markets, of course, futures markets, soon everything will be 24 hours. Soon everything is going to go down to the path of Bitcoin. All right, 24 hours. Right, it just doesn't seem like there's any break. It's just news after news after news after news, and the nature of being a trader. All right, we love the charts. I love the charts. I'd like to look at the charts all the time, just like as much as anyone else. Right, but again, you don't want to burn yourself out in practice. All right, you want to optimize your routine to make sure you're performing when you need to perform. You can practice all you want. It's not going to get. What matters is what happens when the action is live. There's a bull flag. Don't see a bull flag here. Let me just see that we're range bound. Okay, we did get a bear flag here. I don't want to journal, but I should. Just keep it simple, keep it short. All right. Okay, there it goes. We'll see you tomorrow. Yep, see you tomorrow. 3520 3520 All right, we'll look to wrap it up here at 1:30. Okay. Unless we sweep here. But this thing looks like it wants to go all the way to those lows. Interestingly enough, we're starting to get that nice break. So do we start to expand outside of this area? All right, so far that 5-minute candle looks nice and healthy. Has 22 seconds left. All right, we're below that PML. See if buyers try to pick this thing back up. If we can reclaim here, get that nice wick on the 5, it might get activated. If it just continues to fall, I'll let it be. I've been holding puts all day, up 1,000 now. Beautiful job. Zeros are further dated. Ones, zeros, ones, or threes. Okay. So you get that nice recapture. Want to see a nice recapture of that level. Ideally, see if the VIX is at a critical level here. Okay, I want the VIX to start to fade. Want to see a nice recapture of 656.18. I'm looking at the 657s. Okay, lotto. See a nice recapture. If that 5-minute candle stays inside, I'll let it stay inside and let it get decided. If we can recapture that on the 1, I'll take that early entry. The risk being 66665. 65571, I should say. So you get the nice little break above that level. Again, it can get slammed back lower because we're colliding with those EMAs. Okay. So playing that liquidity sweep. See, a nice close above that level. I like which way the VIX is going. Let it continue to do that. Let's check on our neighbors. Okay, if the Qs can get back above 589. Qs get back above 589, that'd be great. Qs get back above 589, that'd be great. Okay, let me see if I can get a nice close. Nice push above it. Okay, I'll take it right there. I'm in the lottos. Okay, just need some follow through. My risk is these lows. Okay, so what am I looking for? Retrace reject will invalidate my setup. Okay, retrace reject means it goes into that, rejects off of it, will invalidate my setup. See if that PML can hold. On the 5, the 5-minute candles is inside. Nasty rejection. So close below here. I'll be out of there. Couldn't get that close above it. See if we get one more push. See buyer step in. If not, that slide can continue. Give it about a 15 to 20% risk. Okay, down 14, 15. I want to see a clear close below here. Okay, it's clear close below here. We'll move to the side. All right. If you wait for that close, if you're just waiting for close, right, you can maybe not take that. If you just take it, then it's either you're in drawdown or you're looking to get stopped out. The fact that we couldn't hold PML, okay, the VIX is starting to wake up. That's not favorable. I want the VIX to stay below 25.65. If we close below 655.71, I'll move to the side. Okay. I'm out of there. Oh man, I just wicked back the upside. Okay, I just stopped out there. Stopped out there. If we can get back above it, I will be interested. Okay, I was waiting for me just to move to the side. If you're still in, you'll have to get that VIX to fall back below 25.85. That might just be a nice little push. Is it enough? We shall see. Look at that, guys. Look how just quickly, that was a quick. If we can get above it, I'll give it a second attempt. Same thing, lottos. I'll give it a second attempt. We'll close this time. So VIX needs to stay below that red line. And SPY needs that close back above PML. Yeah, like they knew where their stop was. Yeah. All right. Even though if I did decide to hold, I was trying to move my stop all the way down here. Okay, the fact that the VIX is starting to break that level, all right, it's starting to get invalidated slightly. So if we can start to cool off, we can start to build some momentum, I'll re-engage. Okay. Just nice little wick. This is the reclaim. Sometimes you got to be patient with the reclaim. My entries have not been the cleanest this week. It just seems like my entries are. Okay, I got to clean up a little bit of the execution. Okay, I like how the VIX is starting to fall apart here. I do like that. Okay, I do like that. Second attempt. Okay, I'll take it right there. Second attempt. Okay, back in. Same trade. Second attempt. Same exact thing. All right. Can we get it to go this time? So now in this case, I want to see a nice close above this. The first one, if you're waiting for that close entry, you would wait, and now you're deciding if you're going to take it here. Okay. And that'll be the last trade. So in this case, I want us to get above that. I want us to start showing some signs of life. If it gets back to these lows, then stopped out. Okay, so you get that continued push. If you sat through that, you probably sat through 20%, 15%. Okay, now I want to see a hold above this, targeting that daily open. Feel free to TP, up 11, up 10. Feel free to TP anytime. You can see the difference between the entries. Okay, same idea, two different entries. The hold entry versus the break entry. So I want price to stay above this, and because there's a grab. And I want the buyers to continue to pile in. And we're gonna encounter some EMAs. Okay, we're gonna encounter some EMAs above us, so be mindful of that. Okay, did see 11, see that continue push. I want the buyers to continue pile in. I like how the VIX is going south. Okay, this time around, it's doing what we needed to do. I want us to stay below 25.60. 25.60 would be great. NC would be here. All right, see if we can squeeze a 20 piece. Squeeze a 20 piece out of this. 9 EMA on the 5 coming up. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna scale out right there at 19, just shy of 20. Okay, thank you very much. There we go, guys. There we go. This is just the entries. My entries is just, okay, when in doubt, reassess, re-engage. Up 21. We're at that 9 EMA. You can start scaling out if you need to. If you took that $sign in the chat, we have our first obstacle coming up, daily open. If we can get above this, we can start rocking and rolling. We can start rocking and rolling. All right, so make sure to scale out, manage accordingly. Up 26. Okay, so this one, I could have sat through it, but my style is re-engage. Okay, my style is re-engage. All right, there's the lotto of the day. Up 28. How are we doing, strikers? If anyone stayed up late or early, depending on your time zone. We can get a rejection off here, so be careful. That's a good TP. I want to see if we can get past that point to really start to get going. Up 30. Thank you very much, Spy. As always, pleasure doing business. Okay, I'll close right there. All right, at 28. We're coming to that 9 EMA. I'll respect that 9 EMA. If you want to hold a little more, that's fine. Stopped out here, recovered, made some more on top, okay? How are we doing, guys? Who's still holding? Okay? Who's still holding? So you can see, we took it the first time, stopped out. Second time worked in our favor. Impatient entry. But if it worked, we would say, hey, you know what? We did a great job. Better entry. We sweep those lows and just got bottom ticked right there. All right, and then now we're done with the exchange. All right, that's one for the road. Nice 26-point pop. It got as high as 28%, and we'll be done there. Okay. That's the lot of the day. Okay, again, back that daily open. So gravitation away, same thing we talked about, guys. Why? It's very hard for me to short and this support. Execution could have been a little better. Okay, my style is, guys, some people like to sit and draw down. My primary scalping style, okay, is, say I have a level. If price gets beyond my risk, okay, say my risk is here, my entry is there. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so they have a level of interest. We'll call this level of interest. All right, we have a level of interest. Means an area I want to get activated. Makes sense to me. If we get that break, say my target is here. All right, just for an example. If we get that break, don't see double digits, just kind of single digits, and then we get that continue push lower, and say let's do this, and say my risk is here. Okay, what works for me, what works for my style is see a little pop, don't see enough to take profit, and then it comes to drops. My risk is there, right? I immediately close there. Okay, because what this is basically an insurance policy. What I mean by that is that's what my stop is. If this comes into play once again, I'll get stopped out here because what am I protecting against? I'm protecting against this. I don't want to be a part of this. So, okay, I get stopped out there. All right, whatever the stop out is, 10, 15%, whatever your stop out is. Okay, and today, in the case right now, what happened was, okay, we get stopped out and it goes back up. If there's validity to the setup, if it's actually looking even better, guess what? Man, this thing is going, guys. This thing is going. If there's validity to it, I'm going to hammer it again. Granted, coming into it, okay, this chunk is going to take some of the P&L, but that's fine. Because my style is I don't do well when I'm in deep drawdown. When I'm in deep drawdown, especially for scalps, I tend to hold, not cut. So I'm trying to avoid that. So reassess, re-engage is my framework. Who's still holding, guys? That was a beautiful, beautiful catch. Look at that. Look at that. Hopefully someone's still in that. If you tuned into the very end, you got a pop of that. So you guys asked for the lotto. There you go. 106. My entry was 84. These are at 120. 130. Close to 130, 125, 130. So about a 50, close to $60 per con. Okay, you got it, Alexis. I know you were waiting for that lotto. Who's still in? If you extract the profits already, $ Jason, beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right. Take those proceeds, invest in yourself, jump in the community. All right, so you already paid for your month. Or for your year. So, all right. Any questions, guys? Any questions, any questions, any questions? Hopefully you learned something from here. This exchange right here. If you were just jumping, just wicked right there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. I took the 657s. I took the 657s at the time. They were at the money. Now they're in the money. So I took the at the monies. On that note, guys, 5 minutes left. We'll look to wrap it up. So usually in the money, at the money, somewhere in that neighborhood. Sometimes go a little further out the money. If it's a little volatile, I'll go a little further out the money and size down just to get a piece of the action. But the bread and butter is at the money and the money. But most of the time at the money. I had a commercial. Yeah, you got to avoid those commercials, guys. Okay, if you want to bypass the commercials, I understand commercials do take place. Commercials are a normal thing now. When you're watching a football game, there's a commercial. So we do have an uninterrupted stream. No commercials, no delays, real time in the Discord. All right? For our members, we forgot to do the end of stream poll. End of stream poll. Okay, let us know how you did, team. Another week in the books. We crossed 4K subs. We are at day. All right, so we are at day. Just this year, we're at day. We haven't missed a day. Okay. God willing, we'll try to do 252 streams. Or day 53. So the blueprint will be there. All right, we're gonna walk through this entire year. Okay. We already got 53 days down. 252. And at the end of the year, we're going to do something special. All right? 252. We already knocked our first 50. Okay? So if you're just joining us, you're still relatively early. Last year, we did over 200. Okay, day in, day out, day in, day out. Okay, so the work is being put in. The work is being put in. Okay, for me over the weekend, I have to clean up my entries, clean up my execution. Right, I definitely have to clean that up. But again, I do like the risk management. That's why I look to go back and watch. I would post the weekly recap. It takes me like 2-3 hours to put it back, to put all the clips together. But I have a ton of things to get caught up on this week. Okay, I have to make the changes, a couple of changes to Discord. So everything is vertically integrated, guys. So I'm the one who's making all the changes. All right, so I'm the one who's doing all the things in the background. Okay, so a lot of cool updates are coming. We're prepping for Q2. We're going to add those features. We have the early release for Shockwave 15 next week. Early bird pricing. Once we come into April, strikers will have the early bird pricing for the remainder of their member, and the public will have the regular pricing. And we will talk about all that on Monday. Okay? Okay, we'll talk about all that on Monday. The reason why I took the position and the average entry is because I had the promo for the screen, but I'll put that back on YouTube. All right, so you can see. So if you're on Discord, you can see. Okay, so again, guys, another day. Very, very tough day to say the least from the standpoint of we're not going anywhere. So disciplined traders, if you stay on the sideline, how many trades did I take today? Okay, so 2 attempts here. First attempt stopped out, second attempt worked out. 1 trade here as well. And stopped out there. And of course, this first one as well. So we missed this first one actually. So this one we got stopped out and we caught this. So it's been a rescue mission. So we get stopped out, recover, make some back. Get stopped out, make some back. All right, so that's been just 2 setups, 4 trades. So really 1 idea, 2 attempts. All right, so I like to have multiple attempts, get stopped out of another attempt rather than sit through all the drawdown. So sometimes it means that, hey, you know what? It wicks me out in the go, so I want to be for that. But what it protects me against is in the event that I'm wrong. And then it just completely collapses. I'm no longer there. All right, so again, the price is not going to just run away and then it's never going to come back to your levels ever again. There's more opportunities. All right, but the main thing is to ensure I'm not taking those massive hemorrhaging losses. If you can avoid that, you'll live to fight another day. My broker doesn't let me buy 0D to ESA. What broker do you use, James? And are you stateside? What price? Okay, the price will be. Okay, early bird price, Discord price would be for Shockwave 15, $4.95. All right, for everyone on YouTube, that would be the price. After that, in April, it will go up for its permanent price. All right, and that's it. So the price stays the same. So that would be the, if you remember, that's the special price you get. Next week, the early bird special until the month of April will be $4.95. After that, it's going to go to the regular price. Okay? That's this price very underpriced, guys. Very underpriced. It's a phenomenal tool. Okay, I'm just working on finishing up the guide and working on finishing up the back end stuff is complete. Working up on finishing a video. If I can get it released by next week, that would be great. But again, if I can't get it released, I will have that 1 week early bird window, first week of April. All right. So if you just take a look at it logically, okay, gives you the idea. Over time, it pays for itself tenfold, but you have to trade it the right way. That's why the guide, you're going to have the guide as well. You can customize it, but you can't modify the code. You can customize it to build your filters. We'll go over that, okay? So you can change your break signal. Do you want to break and hold? Do you want to break and retest? Do you want to put a filter? Do you want to require VWAP bias? Do you want to ensure that the EMAs are aligned before you take the calls? Do you want an ATR filter pass? What do you want the range to be? What do you want the opening range to be? Okay? Do you want a counter bias? Do you want to put the EMAs? Okay? Do you want to put the VWAP on? Whatever you can think of, it's there. What kind of risk do you have? Aggressive, conservative, Fix your TPs. What is your multiplier? Extend the bar. So everything is customizable. Okay, everything is customizable. If you don't want the signals at all, just turn it off. I don't want the confirmation. So think of it as confirmation rather than signals. Okay, I'm against signals, but just use it as a tool to give you confirmation. Because I want you to do the heavy lifting. From the standpoint of you make the assessment. You define the risk. This is just to help you to take the guesswork out. Okay, you want to take everything off, you can. Okay, so it's completely customizable. You got to take different things off. Say, for instance, you know what? You're a technical person. You want to see everything. Cool. Advanced mode. Full. You see everything. Now you click OK. Boom. Then you just move it up a little bit. You want it at the very top. Let's put it on the very top. All right. So this is the top of the top, guys. Doesn't get any better than this. All right. Here you go. If you want all the information, there you go. The past 3 signals. Okay. Here you go. Gives you the time. Score. All right. Just to give you gives you market, just overall bias to get a feel. Market context. Are we sync? So are we in sync with the trend as far as all the index are concerned? When I say synchronized selling, synchronized buying. Is the VIX up or down? How's the ATR? I got the ATR block on. Setup. I have this until 12 o'clock. If you want to extend it past that, you can. But I highly recommend trading this between 9:30 and 11:30. This is for full-time people that don't have the time to do all the technical stuff and just want to open up their chart. Okay. Want to wait for confirmation, allocate risk, define risk, and move along. So for disciplined traders, this is great. All right, so it gives you all that. If that's too much, if that's overwhelming, hey, you know what? That's too much information for me. That's fine. Beginner, minimal. Okay, you choose. Hey, you know what? I don't want the box. It's too distracting. Okay. Take it off. Take off the box. Hey, I don't want the table. Take it off. You can even have this as well. Okay. I have a reminder. After a certain time, it says more opportunities await. Okay, here, you can even have that text box here. Look at this text box. Okay, it tells you. Okay, it tells you the exact idea in real time. Let me just make it larger. Okay, so it tells you the exact time. So in this case, you can see. It's just to give you as much assistance as you need. Okay? It's a supplement. Just think of it like this. Again, I use the bodybuilder analogy. Just think of it like this. You were bodybuilding this entire time. You wanna win Miss Universe. All right? And you haven't been taking steroids this whole time. You can't compete. So this is basically steroids for bodybuilding. Here, you can see calls, entry, stop, 2R. You choose. If you don't want that box, you can take the box off. If you don't want the signal, you can take it off. If you just want the levels, you can do bare bone setup as well. You name it, it has it. Okay? So that, I'm very, very excited about that. I've been working on that. We're working on the lab on this. All right? There's nothing like it. Nothing like it because it's customized to what I look for. All right, it kind of takes the fun out of trading for me sometimes, right? Because I like to be discretionary. I enjoy that part, right? But at the end of the day, if you're just trying to get to the meat and potatoes, this is it. Especially if you want that range break system. That's one system you can have. Okay, there's more coming. Okay, this is just the beginning, okay? This is just the beginning. Again, we'll go through this slowly. And before you know, you'll have a lot of tools available to you at your disposal. All right, for my strikers, this is coming. This is coming. This is a key helper. If I don't, these are the most important levels to me. So these are the levels I've been training for years. Okay, so here. Okay, it automatically puts the cycle lines for you for the shifts. It gives you the levels. It gives you everything you need. Okay, so coming into the day, levels are drawn for you. 50% retraces and levels. So this will be included in the plan. Okay. So I'm very excited about that. All right. So it's not for everybody, but if it makes sense to you, just like anything else, it's an investment. Okay. Especially if you're trading more than 10 contracts. All right. I'll go as far to say you need something you can count on. Because those 10 contracts, how much that if you get 10 contracts right now, that's $1,800 or $750. Okay, so this is the best trade you're gonna make. Yeah, $495. That's the farthest your $495 is gonna go. All right, and it's not monthly. It's one-time payment. If there's any upgrades, I'm looking to make an upgrade. I'll give you a sneak peek of the upgrade. I'm just collecting more data. Sneak peek of the upgrade. All right. I don't want to talk too much about it because it's still under development. Is you have your range for the morning and you have your range for power hour. So power hour scalpers, power hour lotto traders, something in the works in the 2.0. Okay. So I'm still trying to figure that out. Still trying to collect as much data to select the right range, do my back testing, my forward testing. Okay. That's a sneak peek of what's coming up. Okay. I really want to see the indicator on a 5-minute chart. You sure? Here. Calls. Right? So when you're using the 5-minute chart, it's gonna have a hard time giving you the signal on the exact candle because the candles are 5 minutes. Right? So but you still can use it. But you have to wait for the signal to print with the things you're looking for. Okay, so let me just clean up the chart a little bit. A little messy. Here you go. Here. So it works on a 5-minute chart as well. But to get the best view, the 1-minute chart. This is great for scalpers and intraday traders. All right. Okay. So, again, next week, I'll try to get everything done ready for the release. All right. Back end is done. I just have to get it posted on TradingView. Okay. And then we'll be ready to roll. So next week, intro price for under $500. All right. Okay, guys, it's almost 2 o'clock. Any questions, guys, before we wrap it up? If you haven't already, answer the poll question in the Discord. It's 100% of our team green today. If that is, phenomenal job. Phenomenal job. You are put through the test, strikers. Continue to answer the poll question. Oh, Fidelity? Okay, interesting. I do have a Fidelity. I will say I haven't scalped options on Fidelity, but I have options available to trade on Fidelity. I like Fidelity for the long term. lots of tools and resources on Fidelity. Lots of free resources on Fidelity, right? Especially when it comes to fundamentals. Right, they have a lot of great things you can do on the fundamental side to do analysis, fundamental analysis, side by side comparisons. So many cool things fundamentally on Fidelity. No, indicator is not including the Discord. That's a separate product. The Discord is live trading, live training, access to resources, and guidance. And education. The reason why I say training is because we're doing the educational process in real time. Right? So it's not just I'm sitting silent and then telling you I'm in a position after the fact, which is very easy to do. Right? So it's very easy thing to do is just be in the position and you not knowing, and it just sit through as much drawdown as possible. And when it gets green, say, hey, you know what? Yeah, I took it here. But the reason why it's education and training is because we walk through the rationale. All right, so you go through the whole cycle. Right, so before, during, and after. And that's the best way to learn. If you ask me, that's the best way to learn, and that's the hardest way to teach. Right? But to me, I'm more focused on is the best way to learn. So if that's the hardest way to teach, I'll take on the challenge. Okay. Any other questions, guys, before we wrap up? This week, we've seen a lot of charts. We spent a lot of time together, so hopefully you guys are finding value. Smash the like button, subscribe. If you're interested in joining the community, link is pinned in the chat. This is what you get access to. Go to smartactiontrade.com. All right. I want to make my site as resourceful as possible. So when you do go there, I want this to be your go-to site. You can do some charting here as well. All right. Take a look at SPY on the 30. Okay. Embedded right in the chart. You can see you got the news, you got top stories, you got heat map, what's moving and grooving. All right. You can zoom in, you can zoom out. So all embedded. And you can see what's moving across the board as well. So I put my watch list in here as well. All right. So what I like to pay attention to, index ETFs. And I have my terrific 12. Don't be surprised if you hear this at some point. All right. You heard it here first. We had the Elite 8 last year. This is the terrific 12. These are the most important 12 names in the stock market. Okay, so terrific 12. Mag 7. Of course, we know what that is, FANGs. But this is our terrific 12. These are the 12 most, from my perspective, these are the 12 most important names in the market. Okay, we got NVIDIA, Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Tesla, Walmart, Eli Lilly, JP Morgan, Palantir, ExxonMobil, Broadcom. What you notice is Microsoft is not on the list. Right, so I kicked out Microsoft out of the list. We'll see if it can make its way back in. All right, so if you think from the long term, all right, this is giving you somewhat of a preview of what a long-term portfolio should look like. Not at these entries, but it's almost like an ETF. So put the pieces together. And of course, the sectors. So you can go right on our site, see how the sectors are doing in real time. So what sector is green? Energy. Everything else, red or flat. What's moving? Eli Lilly, healthcare. Palantir, holding on by a thread. Broadcom, ironically, is green. NVIDIA, down. Heat map, what's moving? Okay, we have to find semis so we can see up a little bit there. A couple of green spots here and there. All right, so all available right on the site. I want to make this a resource for you to use. All right, so I'll add more tools and resources, a seamless place for you to get all that. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? If you want to join the community, yep. So click that button. It's right here. Use the code TRIAL. Okay, we opened up more spots. And at this point, we are essentially beyond capacity. So currently, the code is only compatible with TradingView. All right, so if you need a code for TradingView, I do have a promo code for TradingView. Okay, if you want to use that, you save $15. I save $15. It's a win-win. Okay, so I don't have a lot of promo codes. I don't promote a lot. I don't have affiliates. Okay. So I just the only thing I would recommend is the thing I use, and that's TradingView. Webull from time to time they give their users promos for people to open things up. I think I have a code floating around in the Discord, but yeah, so I do have that if you need that on TradingView. So TradingView, I would say that TradingView is close to a must-have. All right, it's a great charting tool. I have followed 10 people on YouTube. You're the first to make money so far. Let's keep it that way. All right, not only money, but just learn the ability to make yourself money. All right. At the core, I do believe everyone has is here for a reason. Everyone has an anointment on their life, whether they know it or not, and they have a purpose. But what happens is sometimes circumstances, situations keep us bogged down. They keep us bogged down, and they are not fully, expressing our light. We're not fully able because of circumstance, because of situations. All right, and the one way to get there, the only way to get there, of course, is exchanging your time for money. But with trading, what's unique is you don't have to exchange a lot of time. You have to do a lot of time in the beginning, but you don't have to exchange a lot of time, and you can start for money, and you can start getting more time back. So what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to become a trader to get more time back and then just be putting 50 hours in trading. Okay, unless you're also in the education space as well, is to use trading for what it is. If it's one trade, you got to do it in 15 minutes or run away from the charts, because that would have took you how long in quote unquote the real world? You'd have to clock in, sit behind a desk or whatever profession you're in, or maybe you're I don't know, you have your own practice, you're a dentist, you have to see a patient. But this is the unique trade-off. So use it for its efficiency. And then now you have more time to do the things, you're meant to do. That's the appeal. So if I can help someone do that, that's what I'm called to do, from my perspective. All right, that's why this just seems like it comes natural. Of course, the work has been put in, but this is not too, I don't want to say easy, I don't want to sound arrogant, but it's not too overcomplicated. So instead of me saying it's not overcomplicated, we might as well do it together. And look at that. Nice push. Okay? All right, so that's the purpose. Okay, any questions, guys? Any questions before we wrap up? This week, I am feeling the fatigue, to be honest. The FOMC, everything, just when you start to see a lot of candles, your computing, your ability to compute goes downhill. All right, so tomorrow we're going to ramp down. We're going to look to close out the week strong, go into the weekend, make the proper adjustments, and get ready for next week. Tomorrow, on top of that, guys, we have no catalyst. Okay, to make matters to add an additional layer of difficulty, we have no catalyst on Friday. Okay? On the calendar. So now we can see more of this type of activity. So what's really happening is the move is taking place in the pre-market. Okay, what's really taking place in the pre-market. Okay. On that note, guys, any questions? Let me know. Okay. And on top of that, we get to cultivate a community of people from all walks of life, all different kinds of experiences, exchange ideas, and have a safe space. All right. So when you begin trading, okay, no one's going to understand the things you're going through. Your spouse might not understand. Your peers might not understand. Friends, family, they're not going to understand what you're doing. But it's not their job to understand what you're doing. You have to explain what you're doing and justify what you're doing. Okay? They'll understand in time. If you believe it, others don't need to. Your job is not to convince other people to believe it. That's fine. Your job is to convince yourself, okay, that you can do it, especially if you believe it, and not to be discouraged, and just take things in stride. And eventually, they'll have no choice but to believe it. Okay, so you're not doing this to convince anyone, to do anything, to prove anything to anyone. All right, you're doing this for yourself. And that's the kind of community we're cultivating. All right, everyone's on their walk, on their journey, at different stages. One stage is not superior, another stage is not inferior. What matters is you're on the journey. You started. Okay? My grandmother thinks I'm a computer wizard that conjure up money. Just imagine, guys, if we just zoom back 100 years ago, this didn't exist, what we're doing. So we have the privilege to sit down and click buttons. All right, so, I mean, let's take it for what it is. Let's take it serious, be disciplined, and take full advantage of it. I mean, there are some people who have to do a lot of things. We have to spend 12 hours, 10 hours of manual labor. And sometimes we're too greedy to close profit because we have this illusion of what the expectation is. And it's not our fault. Sometimes it's because of all the content that's out there. You're trained to think, hey, you know what? $100 is nothing. Everything you see online is a facade. Okay, the measure I see it is how long would it take you to make $100 right now? If you didn't have trading and if you couldn't go to work, go make $100. What would you do? Right? Say you couldn't go to work, right? You cannot utilize your skill set. You can't use trading. What would you do to get $100 ethically, legally, that's in someone else's pocket, in your pocket? The intermediary thing between you two is a service or a product. Okay, so it's either you offer a service to someone at $100 an hour, okay, which that must be a premium service, or you offer a lot of time for a very easy thing to do, a repetitive task. Maybe you say, hey, you know what? I'm going to give you 10 hours of my time and you just give me $10. But in trading, all the rules of the matrix are bent. All the laws are bent. It goes the other way. Everything that you're trained to believe is the opposite here. All right? Trading more, trading harder, spending more time does not equal more money. Equals less. right? So now just imagine you learn a skill. All you have to do is manage the risk. Don't over leverage and put yourself in position to capitalize off a couple opportunities a day. And eventually by the end of the week, okay, you'll start learn to have a net positive return. Take profits where you need to, cut trades that are not working. And then on top of the things you're doing already, okay, now just trading can be something on the side. It doesn't have to turn into your entire existence. It's just something you do, something you're good at. And you just mind your business, you stay humble, you stay quiet, and you have this tool. All right. On that note, we'll wrap it up here, guys. You guys are bringing up some great topics. So I always like to share perspective. You guys allow me to share my perspective. She grew up on a farm in rural Illinois. She rode into town in a horse and a buggy. She seen cars become, wow, normalized, aviation evolve, land on the moon, computers in our pockets. Just imagine. It's a completely different, it's like sci-fi. What we're living in some sci-fi fantasy. We just got desensitized. We just live in the time. We don't know any better. All right. So for someone else, just imagine. Yeah, I have one of my grandmothers is still alive as well. So my kids are her great grandkids. I would love to live to that day, but I don't even think it's a mathematical phenomenon. Because for that to happen, your kids have to have kids at the right time. Right? Everything has to line up. I mean, it would be a blessing for me to see my kids, but there's no guarantee. Right? Everything has to line up. Yeah, so they come from a different time. But the same things that are true then are true now when it comes to principles and morals. The times change, the principles, morals don't change. Right? The principles and morals do not change with the times. They stay the same. Okay, we're going to look to wrap it up here, guys. As always, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. Tomorrow's Free Trade Friday. So make sure to join the free tier Discord. The link is in the description. I'll send out the link. There's a capacity of 100 seats. So again, after that, I don't know what happens. Hopefully it doesn't interrupt the stream. What level of trading view will you need to get the system? I'm pretty sure I'm going to test that out. Thank you for bringing that up. So on Essential, you can have one indicator. So I think you can get away with Essential. You just have to put up with the ads. Because I believe Essential allows you to have one or two indicators. I think that's what it allows. So I'll get back to you on that. But best practice is probably just to have the lowest tier. Okay, but I think you can get away with one indicator on Essential. All right, so again, I'm working on getting the code on Webull, and I'm working on getting the code on other platforms as well. All right, so that would be, and if you have the code on one place, guess what? You're going to have it everywhere else as well. Oh, okay, 5 indicators. So if it's 5 indicators, then yes. Okay, 5 indicators. I was thinking of the free version. Thank you for the advice and the encouraging words. Absolutely, Jay Jackson. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow's Free Trade Friday. Let's close out strong. All right. The link, okay, the link is right here. So April, our first price increase, value add coming. Now, for the ones who have been with me since the very beginning, right, remains true. You never will see a price increase. All right, there's people who trusted a year ago. All right, their price is their price. That's not going to go up. Whether we go to the moon or Mars, all right, that is your price. Tip use Grok and combine the one you're using all of them. Yeah, I can do that as well. I just want to make sure it's not as smooth. I'll probably run it on Webull first. Okay, the code is there. So for those of you who are asking for the code is there to join. Use the code 20%. Okay. If you're still in the trenches trading, okay, pay attention to the support. The cracks, we're right at daily open. We're near the daily open. Let's put back the levels. Okay, there we go. Daily open right there. Let me just move this back lower. I'll take this out for now. Yeah, we're at that daily open, guys. We're hugging that daily open. So it's been like that all week. Okay. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully found value. Smash the like button, subscribe. We'll hit 4K. I do appreciate that. If we are at if we're at 150, let's run the giveaway real quick. Okay. I didn't look at the likes yet. If we're on 150, we'll do the giveaway real quick. Okay, we're on 151. Let's run the giveaway real quick. All right, let's run it real quick, guys. We had one winner already. Scroll up in the chat. The link was sent. Do you use a simple EMA or SMA or EMA? I use that EMA, right? More of a faster calculation. SMA is good as well. All right, but it just give me a general idea. So I want the EMA or SMA to be somewhere along with something else. The significant ones are the 50 and the 200. Those are the most significant ones. All right, giveaway. Let's do it real quick. Spin the wheel. We are at 150. So again, let's do this real quick. Mimi, congratulations, Mimi. Okay, congrats, Mimi. Send me a DM in the free tier Discord. Use the code word Japan. Japan is the code word. Japan is the code word. Use the code word Japan. Congrats, Mimi. Use code word. Send me a DM. DM. Code word Japan. Okay. And also, guys, make sure to use that link I'm posting right now to join the free tier Discord. Okay. The link to tomorrow's stream, delay for ad free, will be posted there. All right. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you. We'll see you guys tomorrow.